Hey, so today we would be talking about something very new that is known as linear search. Linear search. Before knowing what exactly search is, linear search is, let's know about what exactly search is. So searching is a technique to find out particular element is present in the given list or not. And there are two types of searching. One is linear search and another one is binary search. Okay, so over here we would be talking about linear search. Now, as the name suggests, it is the method of finding the elements inside or within the list. Okay, now it is also, there is another name of this thing that is known as sequential search. Okay, so it is the simplest search algorithm because you'll just know it now why I say that it's the simple search when I explain it to you about. Now what it does, it just compares the every element with the value that we search for, and if the element is matched, then what it will do, it will just say that the element is found, and it will return that at this place my element has been found. Now let me just quickly draw for you. So I need a square. I'm sure you won't be laughing if I make the lines which are not straight. All right, so I'm just making this box so that I can explain you well. All right, what I'll do over here, I'll write few numbers. Okay, and what will that numbers be? Let me just take the text. I guess this is pretty small. 24, 20, 36. Cool. All right, so 1, this is just a list like you write in third square bracket, right? 3, 7, 8. It can be in any way, it doesn't need to be in any ascending or descending order. Okay, I guess I need to write it a little bit over here. Yeah, and one more is 8. Oh, 8 is already here. Let me write something else. 6, not here. Cool. So now I have the number of elements present over here, and how many of them are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 numbers are present over here. Now let's say I want to find whether 45 is present in the list or not. Okay, so what do I need to search for? I need to search for 45, right? So what will I do over here? First of all, I'll check with the first element. Okay, I need to search for 45. 45 is the element that I need to search. I'll come here, come inside the list. I'm sure you remember how to iterate inside the list. If not, please revise list again, or even revise for loops again. Okay, so what I'll do, I'll come inside the list. I'll check whether this is equal to, the first element over here is equal to, E is equal to 45 or not. Definitely this is not equal to 45, this is 1, right? So this doesn't work. Now the next thing which we have to check, this doesn't work, so I'll go to the next one. 3, again it shouldn't work, it's 45 and it's 3. So like this we will go on continuing. It goes to 7, then it goes to 8, then it goes to 4, then it goes to 22, and when it comes to 45, it gets the desired value. And what this will do, that yes, 45 is present, and 45 is present at the index. What is the index of this? 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. At index 6. Okay, the index is 6. Please pardon my handwriting, but I hope you understand this. So basically it will iterate through the whole list till it finds the element. Now if let's say this would have been 47, the whole process should have been continued. It should have went till the last element, that is 6, and then it will go and see that no, the list has been completed. I have iterated over the whole list, but still I do not find 47. So it will simply say that no, 47 is not present in this list. Okay, so now let's this is the very brief about how this thing works. Now let's do something. Let's do the coding part of linear search. Okay, so I've just cleared the whole thingy, and this will be a little big code, the linear search one. So let me first change this to refactor rename LINEAR linear space SEARCH. Cool. So now we have linear search.py. One thing, I'll be using function right now so that we can actually start using functions and you would be comfortable with it from the from now onwards. All right, so now I'll start with, how do we start with the function? Def, right? The definition, and let's name it linear underscore search. Okay, and let's take few arguments. First would be list in which I need to search, list to be searched. Okay, then n. What is n? Any idea? And the element to be searched. So I'll write down ELEMENT, element that needs to be searched. Okay, you'll just get to know what n is. Let me for the time being write down pass. Okay, and let's say my list to be searched, is equal to 1, 5, 6, 9, 8, 7, 44, 56, 21. Okay, this is my list. Now what do we need to search? Let's say I want to search 21. So I'll write down 21. Okay, and now what is n? I was talking about n, right? N is equal to the len or the length. Okay, I'll use the length of list to be searched. Now why did I do this? We'll get to know very soon. And let's also, with this, how we'll do it, we'll figure it out, but let's just cut down the basics first, that how exactly this thing will be working. Okay, so now result, finally the result. Okay, result is equal to linear search, this whole thing, then comes list to be searched, comma n, comma element. Okay, so I'm passing all the arguments. What to do with the list, result? If I get result is equal to -1, then I'll simply write down that the element is not found. Okay, print element is not found. And then if I talk about else, that means yes, now it is found, right? So element, print element, element is found at I'll give a comma and write down result. Okay, that means it's found at this place. Okay, so now let's actually work with the thing that is this, where I have written pass so that it doesn't show me any error. As I told you, since it is the linear search, we would be needing to search it sequentially, or I need to iterate through the whole list. How do we iterate? By using a range function. I'll simply write down for I in range, and then I'll write down 0, comma, n. See, n is now used. N means till the number where you need to iterate. Okay, and then if you have, what is the name of the list? List to be searched, I, if that thing is equal to, I'm just using this, I'm just simply using this thing over here to take the number. That means if I write 1, it will give me 5. If I write down 6, it will, if I write down 6, it will give me 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 44. If I write down 6 over here, it will give me 44. So if it is equal to the element, okay, so if this is equal to the element, then you need to return. You need to return I. That means that index. You need to return that index. Or if you do not get it, then simply what do you need to do? You need to return -1. Okay, so this is what you need to do. Now let's try if this works. I'll simply right click and run. Element is found at 8. You see this? Element is found at 8. All right. So what's happening over here? Let's just go through this again once so that you have a little clarity of what we are doing right now over here. So first of all, we created a function. Okay. Now what to do with the function? It will return you -1 if and only if the element is not found. So let me just do something. I'm searching for 21, but let me just remove 21 from here and let me run it. See, element is not found as I changed it. Okay, so I have created a list. Now what does this list contain? The list contains all the numbers over here. It has the element 21. N is equal to the length. It is giving you the length. Let me just print n for you so that you do not have any questions in your mind regarding this. So see, there are 9 elements in the list. After this, what we are doing, we are creating another variable where we are calling the function. I'm sure you remember we need to call the function to make it run. For that, it's the linear search, and we are passing 3 arguments: the list, the length of the list, and the element which we want to check whether that is present or not. If we get the result as -1, that means we do not have that element present in our list. And if we get something, I'll tell the index that yes, this number is present at this index. What do I do over here? So what is this exactly doing? Let me annotate and show it to you over here. So if for I in range of this whole list, for I in range of this whole list, if this is my first element which goes in, if 1 is equal to the element, what is the element? 21. Definitely it's not, right? So if this is equal, then you need to return I. So since it is for loop, it will keep on going one by one like this, as I showed you at the starting of the video, that it will keep on moving till it finds the element, and if it doesn't, it will simply come out of this if and the whole thing and return you -1. But if it already returns I, that means that means the index. I is the index. But if I keep it like, okay, if you want me to print that too for your reference, let me print this. And yes, have a look. Oh, well, hello. Oh, it's because return I is written, right? Yes. Let me just, for the time being, this should give me, oh, if it is equal, my bad. If it is equal, then it will print, or else it will not print. That is the reason it's not printing. And let me just run it once again. It should print 21 right now. Okay, and since it's not returning I, it is saying element is not found. So you should be very careful about the returning statements as well. Okay, so the element is found at 8. Since I did comment this line, that's the reason it was printing that it's not present. Okay, so this is how you do linear search. If you have any questions, feel free to text or comment down below. Yes, so that's it for this video. Try solving this yourself in different ways, which you can try out. And if you have any issues, do comment down. I'll definitely help you out with that. So let's meet in the next video, where we will be learning about binary search. Till then, have a great day and keep practicing. Hey, so today we would be talking about something very new that is known as linear search. Linear search. Before knowing what exactly linear search is, let's know about what exactly search is. So searching is a technique to find out particular element is present in the given list or not. And there are two types of searching. One is linear search and another one is binary search. Okay, so over here we would be talking about linear search. Now, as the name suggests, it is the method of finding the elements inside or within the list. Okay, now it is also, there is another name of this thing that is known as sequential search. Okay, so it is the simplest search algorithm, because you'll just know it now why I say that it's the simple search when I explain it to you about. Now what it does, it just compares the every element with the value that we search for, and if the element is matched, then what it will do, it will just say that the element is found, and it will return that at this place my element has been found. Now let me just quickly draw for you. So I need a square. I'm sure you won't be laughing if I make the lines which are not straight. All right, so I'm just making this box so that I can explain you well. All right, what I'll do over here, I'll write few numbers. Okay, and what will that numbers be? Let me just take the text. I guess this is pretty small. 24, 20, 36. Cool. All right, so 1. This is just a list, like you write in third square bracket, right? 3, 7, 8. It can be in any way. It doesn't need to be in any ascending or descending order. Okay. I guess I need to write it a little bit over here. Yeah. And one more is 8. Oh, 8 is already here. Let me write something else. 6. Not here. Cool. So now I have the number of elements present over here. And how many of them are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 numbers are present over here. Now let's say I want to find whether 45 is present in the list or not. Okay. So what do I need to search for? I need to search for 45, right? So what will I do over here? First of all, I'll check with the first element. Okay. I need to search for 45. 45 is the element that I need to search. I'll come here, come inside the list. I'm sure you remember how to iterate inside the list. If not, please revise list again, or even revise for loops again. Okay. So what I'll do, I'll come inside the list. I'll check whether this is equal to, the first element over here is equal to, E is equal to 45 or not. Definitely this is not equal to 45. This is 1, right? So this doesn't work. Now the next thing which we have to check, this doesn't work. So I'll go to the next one. 3. Again, it shouldn't work. It's 45 and it's 3. So like this, we will go on continuing. It goes to 7, then it goes to 8, then it goes to 4, then it goes to 22. And when it comes to 45, it gets the desired value. And what this will do, that yes, 45 is present, and 45 is present at the index. What is the index of this? 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. At index 6. Okay. The index is 6. Please pardon my handwriting, but I hope you understand this. So basically, it will iterate through the whole list till it finds the element. Now, if let's say this would have been 47, the whole process should have been continued. It should have went till the last element, that is 6, and then it will go and see that no, the list has been completed. I have iterated over the whole list, but still I do not find 47. So it will simply say that no, 47 is not present in this list. Okay, so now let's this is the very brief about how this thing works. Now let's do something. Let's do the coding part of linear search. Okay, so I've just cleared the whole thingy, and this will be a little big code, the linear search one. So let me first change this to refactor rename LINEAR linear space SEARCH. Cool. So now we have linear search.py. One thing, I'll be using function right now so that we can actually start using functions and you would be comfortable with it from the from now onwards. All right. So now I'll start with, how do we start with the function? Def, right? The definition. And let's name it linear underscore search. Okay. And let's take few arguments. First would be list in which I need to search, list to be searched. Okay. Then n. What is n? Any idea? And the element to be searched. So I'll write down element, element that needs to be searched. Okay, you'll just get to know what n is. Let me for the time being write down pass. Okay, and let's say my list to be searched is equal to 1, 5, 6, 9, 8, 7, 44, 56, 21. Okay, this is my list. Now what do we need to search? Let's say I want to search 21. So I'll write down 21. Okay, and now what is n? I was talking about n, right? N is equal to the len or the length. Okay, I'll use the length of list to be searched. Now why did I do this? We'll get to know very soon. And let's also with this how we'll do it, we'll figure it out, but let's just cut down the basics first, that how exactly this thing will be working. Okay, so now result, finally the result. Okay, result is equal to linear search, this whole thing, then comes list to be searched, comma n, comma element. Okay, so I'm passing all the arguments. What to do with the list? Result. If I get result is equal to -1, then I'll simply write down that the element is not found. Okay, print element is not found. And then if I talk about else, that means yes, now it is found, right? So element, print element, element is found at I'll give a comma and write down result. Okay, that means it's found at this place. Okay, so now let's actually work with the thing that is this, where I have written pass so that it doesn't show me any error. As I told you, since it is the linear search, we would be needing to search it sequentially, or I need to iterate through the whole list. How do we iterate? By using a range function. I'll simply write down for I in range, and then I'll write down 0, comma n. See, n is now used. N means till the number where you need to iterate. Okay, and then if you have, what is the name of the list? List to be searched I, if that thing is equal to, I'm just using this, I'm just simply using this thing over here to take the number. That means if I write 1, it will give me 5. If I write down 6, it will if I write down 6, it will give me 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 44. If I write down 6 over here, it will give me 44. So if it is equal to the element, okay, so if this is equal to the element, then you need to return. You need to return I, that means that index. You need to return that index. Or if you do not get it, then simply what do you need to do? You need to return minus 1. Okay, so this is what you need to do. Now let's try if this works. I'll simply right click and run. Element is found at 8. You see this? Element is found at 8. All right. So what's happening over here? Let's just go through this again once so that you have a little clarity of what we are doing right now over here. So first of all, we created a function. Okay. Now what to do with the function? It will return you minus 1 if and only if the element is not found. So let me just do something. I'm searching for 21, but let me just remove 21 from here and let me run it. See, element is not found as I changed it. Okay, so I have created a list. Now what does this list contain? The list contains all the numbers over here. It has the element 21, n is equal to the length. It is giving you the length. Let me just print n for you so that you do not have any questions in your mind regarding this. So see, there are 9 elements in the list. After this, what we are doing, we are creating another variable where we are calling the function. I'm sure you remember we need to call the function to make it run. For that, it's the linear search, and we are passing 3 arguments: the list, the length of the list, and the element which we want to check whether that is present or not. If we get the result as minus 1, that means we do not have that element present in our list. And if we get something, I'll tell the index that yes, this number is present at this index. What do I do over here? So what is this exactly doing? Let me annotate and show it to you over here. So if for I in range of this whole list, for I in range of this whole list, if this is my first element which goes in, if 1 is equal to the element, what is the element? 21. Definitely it's not, right? So if this is equal, then you need to return I. So since it is for loop, it will keep on going one by one like this, as I showed you at the starting of the video, that it will keep on moving till it finds the element. And if it doesn't, it will simply come out of this if and the whole thing and return you minus 1. But if it already returns I, that means that means the index. I is the index. But if I keep it like, okay, if you want me to print that too for your reference, let me print this. And yes, have a look. Oh, well, hello. Oh, it's because return I is written, right? Yes. Let me just, for the time being, this should give me, oh, if it is equal, my bad. If it is equal, then it will print, or else it will not print. That is the reason it's not printing. And let me just run it once again. It should print 21 right now. Okay, and since it's not returning I, it is saying element is not found. So you should be very careful about the returning statements as well. Okay, so the element is found at 8. Since I did comment this line, that's the reason it was printing that it's not present. Okay, so this is how you do linear search. If you have any questions, feel free to text or comment down below. Yes, so that's it for this video. Try solving this yourself in different ways, which you can try out. And if you have any issues, do comment down. I'll definitely help you out with that. So let's meet in the next video where we will be learning about binary search. Till then, have a great day and keep practicing. Okay, so finally we are here to know about how to implement the binary search. Okay, so I'm just writing renaming the code over here. Okay, and I'll name this to binary search iterative one. Okay, so this is the iterative one. Let me first code it for you, and then we'll get into the understanding of how exactly it works. Okay, so first of all, what do I need to do is that after def, we'll write down the name of the function, that is binary underscore search, and then we have the list which we want to be searched. Okay, let me name it list1, and n will be exactly the same like the previous one also. And as I told you about low is equal to 0, high is equal to length of the list1. And what to do with that? Definitely -1, because we are working with indexing, right? And then you have mid is equal to 0. Okay, next what you need to do is that, since I told you it's iterative method, we will be using while over here. Okay, so while low is lesser than equal to high, then mid is equal to high plus low. Okay, and what I'll do, I'll write okay, it will be just mid is equal to, not double equal to, since I am yeah, all right, double divided, because we do not want the decimal value right now. That is why I'm using division sign twice. So this, what will this do? It will check, it will get the result in the integer value. Okay, and then now the next thing which we need to do is that we need to check if n is present at mid or not. So the first thing which we will do over here is that get back over here, and if list 1 mid is less than n, okay, then low is equal to mid plus 1. Okay, then there is elif, because there will be one more condition, elif. Now list 1, what do we need to check? Again, if it is greater than mid. Okay, so if it is greater than mid, this thing is greater than n, then definitely high is what we need to change. High is equal to mid minus 1. Okay, else only one thing remains. If these two are not the case, then it should be one and only thing which is left, that is mid. Return mid. And if these are not the case, then what you could do is return I guess these all should be inside while. So I'll put this, yeah. And ret return -1, that means it's not present, simply as we have done it before. So let's just take you should remember that we need to sort the list if it is not sorted. So I'll take a list 1 which is already sorted. So let me write down 1, 2, comma 3, 4, 5. Cool. So the next thing which I need to do is that n, which number do we need to search for? Let's search for 8. Okay. And if we are searching for 8, we need to definitely store it somewhere, right? So just like the previous one, result is equal to binary search, and then you definitely need to pass, that is list 1, and the second thing, that is n. That's what you need to pass. Okay, so now okay, there are 2 brackets, we just need 1 brackets, we don't need 2 brackets. And as we have already stored the result over here, so if result is not equal to, there we did equal to, right now let's do something, let's work with not equal to. If it is not equal to -1, that means this guy is present. This is the formatter which I have installed, that's the reason it shows you not equal to in this way. Okay, so I'll just simply write down print element is present, element is present at index. What is the index it is present at? It is present at str. We need to convert it into a string because it's integer and we are adding them, we are putting them all together, that's the reason. So it's result. Okay, now if it is not the case, that means else. What I'll do, else element print element is not present. Cool. So now let's try and run it. I was trying to search 8. So yeah, element is present at index 7. Okay, and now let's try doing one more thing over here, that if the element is not present, let me make it 80. So see, element is not present. So what exactly are we doing over here? We have created a function over here, right? Yes, we have created a function over here which is known as binary search. Okay, this takes up 2 arguments. One is the list, another one is n. N is the number of elements that is present over here. Now we have declared 2 variables to store the highest value in the list and the lowest value in the list with the help of high and low, and mid is also equal to 0. Next, what we have done, we have taken a while loop with the condition that if the lowest is equal to the smaller, if the lowest is equal and smaller than the highest, then what to do, and while loop will iterate to the number that has not found yet. After that, in the while loop, we find mid value and compare the index value to the number we are searching for. If the value of the mid index is smaller than n, we increase the mid value by 1 and assign it to the search, and it moves to the left side, or else it will decrease to the right side. Okay, the search moves to the right side, it will be decreased and the search will be moved to the right side. And if the n is equal to the mid value, then it will just return the mid value, and this will happen till you find the number. Okay, so this is how we work with the iterative one. Okay, this is how we work with the iterative one. Now let's talk about the recursive binary search. Okay, in recursive binary search, there are some visible difference over here. So what I'll do, I'll teach you that in the next video. Till then, practice this one, and if you have any questions, you can definitely ask me. Okay, so yeah, that's it for this video. Meet you next time. Hello and welcome to this video where we would be talking about a new binary search method, which is recursive binary search. Okay, so let me name it C-U-R-S-I-V-E, recursive binary. And directly let's deep dive into the code. So the recursion method, what is the meaning of recursion? Recursion means that the function is calling itself till the work has been done. Okay, so how to do that? Let me just first close this, and let's start writing the code, and then I'll explain you how. Again, let's start with making the function def binary underscore search. Okay, binary search, and again I need list. Let's name it list 1. Low, we need the low, we need the high, and we also need one more thing, that is n. Okay, now the next thing, that is, what do we need to do? We need to check the base for the recursive function. Now if low is lesser than equal to high, and so what we will do, definitely, or else it will go on and on and on. That's the reason we are doing this. All right, so now we'll find out mid. What is mid? Mid is equal to low plus high, double divide so that you get an integer 2. Okay, so if, now let's start with the next part, that is, if the list 1 mid, if the element is available at the middle or not, that's what we are searching right now. Okay, is double equal to n, then simply you can return mid. Okay, return mid. And if this is not the case, that means lf, what's the next thing you need to do? That is, lf, you need to check for the left part. So for that, list 1, again mid, we are checking the left part now. Okay, so that makes us write this. I will return. Now comes the fun part. See, this is what I mean by recursive. I will again call this function. Okay, but now the arguments will change. Now the arguments will change to list 1, low, and then to mid minus 1. Okay, since we are now changing, and one more thing, that is n. Okay, and 1, if this is not the case, we'll search towards our right. I'll explain you again, I'm just coding it right now. Okay, else return, what do you return? binary search. Now again, you have list 1. With list 1, what's the next thing? Mid plus 1. Okay. Next, you have high value and then n. Okay, so these are the values. This is about this. This if else, that means this is if else related to this 3 conditions. This if is still left. Okay, so if this is not the condition, that means the element is not available in the list. Okay, so for that I'll write down else and simply I'll return -1. Return -1. Cool. Now the next part is function call. We need to give it the list and also the function, right? We need to call the function. So I'll just use simply this this two. Control C, and I'll just close Control V. Cool. And the next thing, what do we need to do? Is we need to put result, RESULT, is equal to, again, call binary search, and I'll simply give it, feed the values as list 1. It starts from 0. The length of the list is len. The high value is this LELIST, list 1, and -1 definitely, because that is what the length is. Now one more thing is n, which we need. Okay, now our common statement, which we have written it everywhere, that is if result is not equal to minus, or maybe we can go with equal to -1 this time. Yeah, equal to -1, equal to -1, then the element is not present. Print ELEMENT is not present. Else the element is present at the place, right? So that means I can simply write down str and put as it re result. So let's try it out if it works or not. So yeah, element is not present, right? And let's try out with 8. Yes, the element is present at 7. So it works. So now let me explain it to you again so that it will be clear for you that how is this thing working. So in the above, like it is more or less a little bit similar to the previous program where we are working with middle, high and low again. But over here we calculate exactly similarly the middle number as we have done in the iterative part. We have used if statement to proceed with the binary search. If the middle value is equal to the number which we are looking for, it will return the middle number. If the middle value is less than, then we'll again call the recursive function and increase the value and work on it again and again till we find it out. Similarly, if we don't find it out in the lesser side, we will go to the greater side, that means on our right side, and recursively call the binary search again and again to find out the value. Okay, and in the last part, this part, we have just written it just like any other program, that if you find out -1, then an element is not present, else the element is present. Okay, so this was all about binary search. I hope you find this interesting. If there is any question, definitely feel free to comment down below. And yeah, that's it for this video. Let's meet in the next video where we will be learning about sorting, different sorting techniques. Okay, so we'll have a new topic in the next section, in this section itself, in the next class. So till then, stay safe, happy practicing Python. All right. Hello and welcome. Today we would be learning about bubble sort. Okay, so I was really bad in drawing, I guess. That's the reason I took this picture from Google. Okay, so I thought this would be much more better for you to understand with. But before starting, let's start with what exactly bubble sort is. So bubble sort is a very easy algorithm among very many various sorting algorithms. So over here, what do we learn? We this is the first sorting algorithm that I have started with. Okay, so over here it is very easy to implement the code also. That's the reason I started with this. So what is the concept of bubble sort? The bubble sort uses straightforward logic that works by repeating and swapping the adjacent elements if they are not in the right order. Okay, sorting itself says that you are just sorting the elements. That means if it could be descending or ascending, right? So if I talk about the first one, let me just annotate here. So if I talk about the first one, see 5, 3, 8, 4, 6. They're not in the correct order, right? It's unsorted completely. So what we will be doing over here, that we will be comparing the first two elements over here. Now, 5 is greater than 3. So what we will do, we will just swap it. Okay, so 5 is greater than 3. That's the reason 3 goes to the this place and 5 will be put over here. Now we will be comparing 5 and 8 in the next iteration. So what happens if we compare these two? No changes happen because definitely 5 is smaller than 8 and it's correctly placed, right? Now again, have a look. 5 and 8 done, 8 and 4. 4 goes over here, 8 goes over here. That's what you can see over here, right? Here. Now again, 8 and 6. So 8 is at the correct place, right? 8 is now at the correct place. So this was the step. What are you getting after this? 3, 5, 4, 8, 6. Okay, so let me do something. Let me share a whiteboard from here so that, yes, I'm sure you can see the whiteboard, right? So now what I'll do, I'll just quickly 3, 5, 4, 6, 8. That was the last thing. 3, 5, 4, 6, 8. That was the whole first iteration which you saw over there. This is the second one. That means after you're done once and the biggest element is at the end, you again need to do this because the previous elements which was there is not yet fixed at this place, at its place. Why? See, 4 is in middle. That's the reason. That means definitely 4 can't be there between 5 and 6. 4 needs to be between 3 and 5, right? So what do we need? We need to again check these two elements. All good. Now we will be checking these two elements. What to do? We will be swapping them, right? Since 4 is smaller, we'll be swapping them. That means now we have 3, 4, 5, 6, and 8. Now we have checked these, right? After checking these, we will check these two. That means 5 and 6, they are in their correct place. And definitely we have worked with 8, 6, and 8. So yes, they are at the correct place. Now this is complete. Now this is complete. I hope you get it. So I actually wanted to show you first with the picture and then continue it on the whiteboard so that you get a better clarification. Do let me know if you still do not have the proper clarification about this. Okay, so this was a very small example for you. So what is it doing? It's comparing and swapping, comparing and swapping. That is what is, and this will be done in iteration. The thing which you saw previously in the picture was the first iteration, and this is known as the second iteration. There can be as many iterations as you want. Okay, so now let's just quickly implement it in the code. Okay, so for implementing it in the code, there are many ways we can do it in. We can use okay, let's actually start doing it one by one. Let me first of all share new screen, that is our I'll right click, create a new Python file and name it bubble bubble sort. Okay, so bubble sort.py. Now let's start coding. First of all, we will be creating the function of bubble sort, right? So how to do that? Simple. A def bubble sort, and then we have, again, let's take list one as usual. Then we have the loop. We need to make a loop to traverse through the whole list. Okay, one by one. For that, I'll take for I in range. What should be the range? The range should start from 0. Length of the whole list. Length of the whole list, that is li list 1 minus 1, of course. And then the next part would be, again, you need to iterate. Let's say for j in, what is this to iterate from? From len list 1 minus 1. You need to iterate till this, and next you're iterating till the last number, from the first to the last number. And then if this is the first number and then the second number, actually that way, the first number and the second number, first number and the second number, in that way we are proceeding. Okay, so if list 1, let's take this j is greater list 1 I, if this is the case, then what do you need? You need to swap it. Okay, for swapping it, you can definitely use temporary variable. Okay, let me actually use temporary variable for you so that it be easier for you to understand. We can next, you can try it out without working with temporary variable as well. Okay, temp. Okay, temp, what is after this? Is equal to, this is a variable. Okay, now list 1 j. Okay, next what we will be doing, we will be list 1, I'll be checking the j, like putting the j will be equal to j plus 1. Okay, as we are swapping. Okay, this is the thing which we are doing to work with swapping. J plus 1, whatever is there as j plus 1, what is the next element? That's what I mean by this. And then list 1, whatever is j plus 1 should be swapped by that temporary variable. Okay. Okay, cool. Now After this, after you're done with this whole stuff, you need to simply return list so that you can see what you have done. Okay, now list 1. Let's write down the numbers in the list 1 haphazardly. So it can be 2, 5, 3, 6, 4, 1, 9, 8, 7. Cool. And then print. First of all, let's print list 1. Okay. And then after this, let's just print bubble sort list 1. That means this will give you return the list. Okay, this will return you the list. That is the sorted list. Cool. See, what did it do? Oh, I guess I one and two should be there at the beginning. Did I miss out something? Wait, let's debug it. So over here inside the function, we have 2 loops. The first loop iterates. The first loop will iterate the complete list, and the second loop will iterate from the second list, and the second for the loop iterates from the list and by comparing the 2 elements. Okay, so these are the 2 loops over here. Then we have the for loop that will be terminated when it reaches the end. And then we have also the condition in the inner loop that if the first index value is greater than the second index value, swap their position. We call the function and pass a list in it and return the sorted list, right? So I guess if is over here. Okay, let's try putting this again, running it. Okay. What if I run? Oh. Something is fishy. Something is missing. Temporary J. Yeah, it is. Okay, over here I'm comparing it from J and J from J plus 1. Okay, this was wrong. Cool. See, this is how you debug, by thinking that where you are trying to compare and what you are doing. Okay, so now, yes, we need to put this back to its place. Oh, cool. Now it's fine. Yes, now it works. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, I have all the numbers. Wow. All right. So yes, that was a very silly one, which while writing I just made a mistake. By the way, yes, if you're doing this, you can also work without a temporary variable. For working without a temporary variable, I'm just showing it to you over here. what you need to do is that is much more easier than this. That is list 1. Definitely you're not doing it over here, you're doing it inside if list 1 j comma list 1 j plus 1 is equal to, just you need to switch these guys now. I'm just copying this part, pasting it, and copying this part and pasting it, just the opposite place. And now if I run the same, it remains C. So you can just do it without temporary variable as well. So this is all about bubble sort. Okay, so try doing this yourself. If you have any issues, you can definitely comment down below. And in the next video, we will be learning about insertion sort. And again, I'll be first explaining it to you with the help of a picture, and then I'll be coming back to the code and then explaining it to you how it exactly works. All right, so yeah, till then, let's keep practicing Python, and let's keep exploring it. So let's meet in the next session. Till then, have a good day. Hello and welcome to a new tutorial where we would be learning about insertion sort. Okay, so the insertion sort is really straightforward and very efficient algorithm than the previous one which we have learned, that is bubble sort. Now over here, this concept is actually based on a real life example, that is the deck of cards. Okay, where we sort the playing cards according to the particular card. Okay, so now let's do something. Let's actually see how it works. Okay, so you see few numbers in front of you, I'm sure. So what's happening? This is the list. The first thing here is the list. Now what happens? The first one is compared with the second one. Okay, then if this is smaller, we just shift it to the very beginning. Okay, or the place where it should belong to, rather the place where it should belong to. So let's see this. 3 4 2 belongs over here. That's the reason we'll shift it over here. 10, we don't need to do any changes with 10 because the number which is before this is at its correct place, that is smaller than as required, right? 4 is smaller than 10, so it's at the correct place. Similarly for 12, 10 is smaller than 12, so it's at the correct place. Now this one comes over, right? So now what we will do, how can we shift it there? We need to shift it, right? We need to shift it. So whatever value we get, we will just now keep it moving till we find the number which is like the smaller one, where it will fit in. We'll keep on moving till where it needs to be fit in. That's what we need to do. Okay, so again, coming with 5, again we checked with this, and again we inserted it over here since 4 was smaller than it. Again, this similarly over here, 5 was smaller than this. That is the reason we've inserted it over here. So this is how it works. Okay, so this is very simple insertion sort that we had a talk about. All right, so now let's do the implementation of this code very quick. So let's go to the PyCharm, and in PyCharm, what we will be doing now is that we'll be first of all creating a new file, and we'll name it insertion sort. Okay, now let's work with the insertion sort. So cool. Let's first create the function def, okay, insertion sort. What do we need? As usual, we need list 1. We need the list to pass in here. Now we need to traverse through the list from 1 to the length of the list. So what I'll do, for I in range, from where? From the element 1 to len of the whole list. Okay, and then the next thing which we need to do will be storing the let's say I'll take val and list I, that I variable. Okay, I'm storing it in val. List 1. It should be list 1 because I have passed in list 1. All right, now what to do? J. Now we will be moving the elements. Okay, we'll be moving the elements. So greater than value to one position ahead of the position where it is. For that, we will take a j is equal to I minus 1. We'll shift it. Okay, so while j is greater than equal to 0, and you need to completely keep on moving that. Okay, value, that val is less than list 1 j. Okay, now again we need to keep on moving, right? So what I'll do, list 1 j plus 1 is equal to list 1 j. Now j is equal to j minus 1, j minus 1, and let me come out of the while and list 1 j plus 1 is equal to val. Okay, oopsie. All right, after this we need to return list 1. Okay, and then in the list 1 we can just simply put in the values. Let me just help myself out with the previous bubble sort values itself. So yeah, I'll just copy this whole thingy and put this over here, but I'm sure you should do it. You should not do it in this way. Okay, and yes, let's try it out if it works. Yeah, it works fine. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9. You can also do one more thing, I guess. You can print list 1 over here. Oh, yes, I missed the brackets. And you can have a look, see what happens. Actually not over here, I guess. This is the wrong place. This is the place where you should print it. Yes, this is the place where you should print it. So you'll see all the iteration. You can like sit over here and have a look that how is every move working. So first of all, it starts with this, changes the value, changes this value. You can sit and see how it completely works. Try to absorb. Okay, this is a very cool stuff. So you can try to absorb how it is working exactly with the help of the code, how every iteration is working. That's why I told you that you can print it and try it out yourself. All right. So yeah, that's it for this video. Let's meet for the next one, that is merge sort. And let's complete this searching sorting with merge sort. There are a few more sorting stuff, that is heap sort, and there is selection sort, which you can, if you are interested, you can definitely find it out and work with them. But these are the three things which you really need to know. That is the reason I made the videos for these. So the next one which we'll be talking about is the merge sort. Let's meet in the next video. Hey, so today we would be learning about merge sort as we talked in the last video. Okay, so first of all, merge sort is very similar to quick sort also. Okay, so it works in the way where we work with divide and conquer rule. Okay, so this is very popular. We can also try out different sorting algorithms, but you should know this. This is very important. All right. So what exactly this do? It divides the given list into two halves, and then again calls itself to divide it into two, and then it merges the sorted halves together. That's what it does. What do I mean by whatever I said? So let me just explain you with the help of this picture, which is right in front of you. All right, so over here, yeah, so first of all, you have this whole list in front of you, right? Let me change the color to red. Yeah, it's becoming all blue. Yes, so you have this, right? And now you are dividing it into two, just from the middle. Okay, again you are dividing it into the two, again you are dividing into the two. Now what happens? Now they are in one, like all of them are in one element. Now you need to swap them in a way that the smaller element will be at the first and the bigger element will be at the second. Okay, so this will happen in these four of them. After that, when you merge them, that's what you are doing. After you are dividing them, after you divided them, now you conquer the values and place it as you want. That means you want to sort them and place it. Now, right? So you'll sort them and place this. This one is done. Again, you need to merge them again. All right. So now again, you will be doing the same thing. Okay. And then merging them again so that all the ascending values, it is exactly in the ascending order. Okay. And last but not the least, these two will also be done in the same way. You need to attach them together in the whole ascending form. You repeat the process, like you see, it's written merge and sort sublist, and repeat the process till you merge it to the full list. And this photo is taken from the Google, so you can definitely type merge sort and you'll find it on the images section of the Google. Okay, I found this was really good explained, so I took it from there. So now let's actually dive into how to make the program for this. All right, so let me just quickly clear my drawings, and let me go to the Python compiler, Python compiler, that is PyCharm. Okay, so the last thing which we were doing was insertion sort. Today we will be doing the last algorithm of our topics. Definitely you are open to search different topics, and if you find any issue in that, you can definitely comment down below. I'll happy to help. I'll be the most happy to help. So merge sort. Let's make this merge sort over here now. Okay, cool. So how do we start? Any idea? We have to create different parts over here, you know, different parts. For different parts, and then again we need to create subparts of it also. So we need to be very clear about how to work with this. All right, so this will be pretty big coding, but I'll try to make you understand as much as possible. So just bear with me a little. Okay, so first of all, we'll write down the function. Okay, so it's def merge sort, and let's keep the number as list. Again, yes, we need the list one. The next thing which we need is the left index and the right index, since we are dividing it into two, right? Function to divide the list. We are dividing it into two. This is that is the one which we are doing over here. Merge sort. This function which we are writing, it's to divide the list into two sublists. Okay. This is to divide in two. Okay. Two list. So now let's take left and let's take right. Okay, I'm taking this too. And next, what do we need to do then? If the left is greater than equal to right, then you simply need to return. Okay, and then middle. What is middle of this? Let's talk about middle. Left plus right, double divided by 2 is our middle any day. Okay, now what we'll do? Merge sort. We need to do it on both the sides, right? The same thing, divide as much as possible till we get 1 1 1 elements. So we need to again call this with list one. Then the left which we had done, that is left, then middle. Okay, from left to middle, this is what we are doing. And then we are calling merge sort again, list one, definitely from middle plus 1, the next number which is there in the middle, to the right part. Okay, that's what we are doing. And let's take another function. Let me merge. Okay, now we will be definitely again combining them together, right? So this is why this merge function we will be using. Let's pass few values over here, that is list one again, left, right, and middle, all of it, because we are now merging everything together. Yes, cool. So since merge is not yet defined, that's the reason that line is there. So let's quickly now define merge. Okay, definitely what we need is all the arguments, right? Cool, all the arguments given. Now we need to work with the sublists or the subparts. So left part is equal to 0 and right part is equal to 0, and sorted part is equal to left. Yeah, sorted part is equal to left. Now if so, now we have to traverse in both the copies. Okay, so what we will do, if okay, before that let me put a while, because we will be traversing, right? So for that, while left part is less than the length of I missed out one part which we really need, that is two different lists. Yes, we need to create two different lists. For that, let me name it left list, and this will be equal to list 1, and we will be using left to middle plus 1. Okay, and for right list we will be taking it from list 1. We are right now slicing it. Okay, middle plus 1 to the right plus 1. Okay, yeah, these are the creating subparts of the list actually, and then we have initialized the variables that we can keep a track of all the stuff. Okay, so now let's do something. Yes, now we come to while again. So now we will be working with left list. Okay, left part is lesser than left list. Okay, so the next thing which we need to work with is this. Let's work with and. Right part len right list. Yes, correct. So right part, and we are comparing it with the length of the right list. And now if our left sublist has smaller element, we will be putting it in the sorted part, and then that part will be moving forward and we will be increasing the pointer. That's what we need to do now. So we will simply put a small if over here. So if left list I can put left part over here, is lesser than equal to, oh, not here, man. Left part is lesser than equal to right list, right part, okay, then list 1 sorted part is equal to left list, left part. Yes, then we have left sub left left part. Yes, left part is equal to left part plus 1. Else, what we can do, we can simply do list 1, the whole thing for the right side now. So this will be sorted part is equal to right, sorry, this will be right list and right part, and we will be increasing it. So right part is equal to right part plus 1. Okay, all right. Now we need to also move forward with it. For that, it will be sorted part is equal to sorted part plus 1. Okay, now we'll also have to go through the remaining elements, right? So again, we need to work with the while. Okay, and this is basically for the remaining elements. Okay, and what we can do simply, that is, I guess we can use this, right? Yeah, list 1 sorted part left. Yeah, cool. We can work it out. We can work it out. We can work it out. Yes, we can actually work this out. Okay, let me copy this because we need the same thing, right? Yes. So while I need to definitely change this a little. So I'll start with this. Only this is yeah. This is lesser than length of the left part. Yeah, the coding is little crucial, but honestly it's not it's worth it. Honestly, it's worth it, so that won't be a problem for you. Okay, so these all remain same. You also need to increase this, so I'm just copying this line, copy and pasting it over here. We need this whole thing for the right thing. Okay, so the same thing. So what I'll do, I'll simply just change this left to right, right list. Now left part to right list, right part, Then we have this left, 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 and I guess there is one more left. Yeah, RIGHT. Cool. I guess now we are good to work with merge sort. Let me just, I think so we are good to work with it. Yes, so let's take the list. Let's take the list again from here. And definitely we need merge sort. Okay, we need merge sort. Now what are the arguments that we need to pass? We need to pass this, we need to pass this, we need to pass len of list 1, and we also need to pass -1. What? Yes, -1, that means len -1, that thing. Okay, and yes, this should work. And whoa, okay, so now let's check. Okay, list 1 0, len list 1 -1. Then you have, this is really such a long code. I guess I have made some very silly mistake while writing it. So what does it say? Type error. We are trying to, object of type int has no len. Okay, left part. Okay, that's line 30 where it's stuck. Okay, it's stuck at, so nice. Okay, yes. Okay, and this also should be not list, should be part, and should be list. Cool. Okay, it works, right? So this is how we work with the merge sort. Okay, yeah, I know it's a little tiring. So basically we need to work with this to sort it. Okay, so little tiring, but I'm sure you would be able to figure it out. I'll just tell you about it. First, we are making the function over here to divide the list into 2 sublists, and after that what we are doing, we are just defining a function to merge the list also. Okay, we are defining the function to merge the list, and after that we are creating 2 subparts of the list so that we can work with it. Then we are the initial values of the variable, how to keep it. Basically we are keeping the track where we are putting the list, like everything in list 1, and both the lists where we are keeping it simply, and we are traversing all of the elements after that. And then if the list, the left one has the smaller element, we are sorting it, and then again increasing the pointer. That's what we are doing. Okay, so yeah, that's it for this video in Mozart. Let's meet in the next video. Till then, keep practicing, and next we would be working with Python lambda. Okay, the lambda function then in the next chapter, or you can say in the next set of videos. Till then, hi, welcome to a new topic where we will be learning about lambda. Okay, so lambda is a function. It is actually an anonymous function, right? It can take any number of arguments, but it can have only one expression. Now, what do I mean by that is, let me just write down the syntax for you first. Syntax. So it's lambda, whatever the argument is. Lambda is a function, remember? Okay, this changed into the lambda function expression because I have Prettyfire installed, and like there is a plugin which is installed already. I guess before that I need to set up. Yep. Yes, now it's working, I guess. Yep, cool. All right, so we were talking about lambda, and this is just because of the plugin that I have installed, right? Let me show you one example related to this. Okay, so first of all, lambda, then you write the arguments, and then comes the expression. That's how it goes. And let me just put this over here. All right, now the very first program or the very first example which I can give you is, let's say I'll double something. Double lambda, it's a function. Let's say I want to double x, y, z. This is the name of my variable. And as I said, I need this. What do I need to do? X, y, z, double it, right? So now if I write something like this, print double 5. Okay, let's take this, or maybe 50. Okay, and let me just run it. So the double, that means into 2, is 100, right? So this is how it is working. Now let's say if I would have written a plus sign in between, okay, that would have just added 2 in this number. Let me also change or rename this to lambda. Okay, so this is about very basics. Now I already told you that it is an anonymous function that is defined with it is an anonymous function and it is defined without any name. So like what we do when we write a function, we write down def, right? We write down something like def and then give the function name, and then whatever it is, we just write down that stuff. But over here, instead, we can just simply, instead of name, we can just simply write down, okay, there is something missing, and this is this. Yes, so we can simply write down the word lambda. Over here, it has changed. So anonymous functions are also known as lambda functions. So we are not giving any name to it. That's what it means. All right. Now you saw this. Now, if this thing would have been, let me just change it back to multiplication sign. So if this function would have been this, what, doubles, let's say, so it should have been something like print x y z into 2. Okay, now definitely you need to pass xyz over here so that it doesn't give you error. And now there is one more thing. If I run this, it won't work because you need to call the function to make it work, right? So if I write down doubles and then if I give a number, let's say 2, all right, and then if I run, then it will work. So see, there are so many things to write, but this has been done in just a single line. Okay, so this is where we are mostly working with lambda. Now we can do few more statements with lambda. Now let's say what we did, we have already used one variable, right? Let's say now if we want to use two variables. Okay, two variables, what do I mean by that is, again, let me take a variable x is equal to, let's say, lambda y. If I talk about two variables, let's say we are working with, the previous one was only working with one variable. Now we are working with two variables. So y and let's take b. Okay. According to expression, we need a colon over here. And then let's say I want to divide these two numbers. Okay. So y divide b. And let's print it. Oh, I need to print it in the next line. Okay, print. What do I print? Simply I'll write down x. What do I need to divide? Let's take two numbers, 10, comma 2. Okay, and let's try running it. See, it works, right? You can work with 3 variables, 4 variables, as many variables as you want, and even you can work with lambdas in the function. Okay, if you actually work with lambdas in a function, since you know it is anonymous function, so a function inside another function, definitely it will be something different. Okay, so you can try it out, like a function inside another function. How does it look? Now, how does this look? Let's say, let's take def func an on. Okay, I'm just anonymous anon I have written, and let's take an argument inside, parameter argument inside this, and let's just return lambda. Let's take a. Oh no, let's take b, and let's multiply whatever we have taken inside function anon with b. So b multiply a. Okay, that means we are taking this from a over here, from function anon, whatever I'm passing, I'm taking a, and b is already a variable over there. That means now if I need to write this down, how will I write it? uh, let's take a variable lam, and what is the name of our function? Func anon, and take a value, let's say 5. Okay, and then what I'll do, I'll print what was the name? Variable lambda, and let's say another number is 2. Okay, and if I try running this, 5 into 2, it should be 10. See, this is how a function inside another function. This is an anonymous function which you can easily figure out how is it working. Okay, so this is what I mean by this. There are also many more, like you can use lambda function with a filter. There is also something known as map. Okay, so you can use map, you can use filter, you can do list comprehension. There are few more stuff. So actually, let's do something. Let's work with map. What is map? So I'll create a new topic for that, definitely. Let's meet in the next video where we will be talking about map. Okay, so till then, keep practicing lambda. Hey, welcome back, where we would be learning about map function, which is there in Python. So map function basically returns a map object, which is actually an iterator of the result after applying the given function to each item of given iterable. It can be anything like list, or it can be a tuple. Now, how do we work with this? Now, I'll give you an example related to this. Okay, so what did I say? The function map applies a given function to each item of an iterable, right? So let's say I take I'm giving you an example obviously right now. So I'll take number. Okay, I'll take a number, list of numbers rather. Okay, number list, and let me write few numbers over here. Let me write 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and let me take one more, 6. Okay, I'm taking 6 numbers. All right, now let's say I want to find out the def, again the double. Okay, so I'll just take an argument over here, that is, let's say num. Okay, how to get the, I'll write down return, how to get the double of a number. Simply the number into 2, right? So it's num into 2, right? Now what to do after this? Doubled, doubled, doubled num is equal to, this is the map function which I'm talking about. In this map function, you first need the function which you are working on, that is double. Okay, and on where do you need to iterate it? You need to iterate it on numbers list, right? So I'll take this numbers list over here. Okay, and let's do something. Let's store this also. Doubled, doubled number. Okay, doubled number inside another list. Okay, so I'll make a list of doubled num, and let's just simply print doubled number. Let's try working with this. Cool. See, it's 2 plus 2, 2 into 2, sorry, 2 into 2, 1 into 2, 2 into 2, 3 into 2, 4 into 2, 5 into 2, and 6 into 2. And this is what you get as the list. So this map, what is this map doing? It's just, and this is the number list. It's calling, mapping all of them one after the other till the whole list complete. Okay, so this is how is this stuff working. Now there are many more things you can do with this. You can definitely go and check it out, but you can where do you use it? There are many places. When you will be using data science, you might need this definitely. Okay, and you can also pass different multiple iterators, and then you can use lambda with it. So I would really like you to explore this topic, because this is a really good topic to explore on as an advanced topic later. Okay, so let it be this much. I just wanted to introduce you to what is map function right now, which I did. Let's meet in the next video and let's learn about another function, that is filter. Okay, there is one more function which is known as filter. So let's meet in the next video and know about filter. That's it for this video. Let's meet in the next one. Hey, hello again. So I'm back with a new topic today, as promised in the previous one. Filter. Okay, so today we'll be talking about the filter function. What is filter function and how do we work with this? A filter function is basically it actually extracts all the elements from the iterable. Like, it can be a list or a tuple or any function which returns true. Okay, so basically exactly like the map function you see over here, you pass the function and here you pass the iterable. Similarly, we will do the same thing in the filter as well. That is how the syntax look like. Okay, so let's just quickly do one example for filter as well. So let's filter numbers. Okay, let's filter numbers whether it is odd or not. Okay, so let's first create the list of the numbers as usual. Okay, so I'll create a list of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, so I take this. There is one extra space over here. All right, cool. So this is a list of numbers. Okay, and I want to check whether it's odd or not. So I'll write down a function def odd, and I need to definitely pass a number over here. I write down as num. Okay, so what's the condition? If num percent 2 not equal to 0, not equal to 0, then return true. T will be definitely capital if you are writing true. And if this is not the case, you need to return false. Okay, all right, now coming to the filter. filter function over here. So odd elements, how do we filter? We need to filter what? We need to filter, first we need the function. What is the name of the function? Odd. What is the name of the list? It's numbers. Okay. So now the next thing is odd elements list. Odd elements, I'll add one more, list is equal to, I need the list of odd elements. Okay, I need the list of odd elements. So print odd elements list, and let's try this out if it works. Run filter. Yes, 1 3 5 7 9. See, it works. So if it is not equal to 0, it returns true, or else it will return false. So what's happening? The odd element list, I'm finding out the list and putting it over here and finally printing it. So this is the function and this is the iterable over here. So this is how the syntax goes. Okay. So by the way, this can be anything. I have taken a list. You can take a set, you can take a tuple. It can be anything. Anything which is iterable can be taken over here. It can, and I have iterated over a number. You can also iterate over strings. Okay. So it's completely up to you how you want to explore this. So happy coding and exploring filter, and filter your own codes. Try to work it out as much as you can. Let's meet in the next topic where we would be learning about sort. Okay, how to sort something. And it can be, let's talk about sorting numbers in the next topic. Have a good day. Hello, hope you're doing good. And today we will be talking about a new topic, that is sort. Okay, so what is sort? What do you understand? We have done searching and sorting, right? So according to that, you have seen few topics how we can sort numbers. Today I'll give you a simple, very simple thing. There is already a function present in Python. You can say function method, sort method, which is already present in Python, which helps us to sort the items in descending or ascending. Okay, so let's do this. So let's take a list is equal to, let's take a list, let's say 2, 5, 6, 4, whatever is coming in my mind. I'm just writing it down. All right, I guess there are some numbers which is duplicated. I guess there are no more. Cool. So now let's just simply try list underscore dot sort, and then print list underscore. And if I run this, see, it's sorted. Okay, now let's say if I want that this, okay, by default, if you write down sort, it will give you an ascending order. Okay, but if I talk about, if you want to see the opposite, that means descending order, for that it's reverse equal to, you have to make this condition true. And if you run this again, have a look, now it's the opposite. You can also do this for letters. Okay, list ALPHA. Okay, list alpha. Now, what is list alpha? List alpha will simply be E. Let's take B. Oh, I guess I thought it's B. Okay, cool. Let's take R. Let's take G. Cool. Let it be this much. All right. Now, what's the next thing? We need to sort them, right? So there is also another function that is known as sorted, SORTED. Okay, so you can try that out as well, like list underscore dot SORTED. No, I wrote it wrong, sorry. It will be list. This is how you write this function. Sorted, then the list. Yes, sorry, my bad. And then if you want it to be reversed or not, and that's how we write it over here. So if I write down, no, let me not reverse is equal to true. Okay, so if I run this, it still remains the same because I did not print it. And one more thing, let me just make this false. And now if I run this, have a look. You have two, one is ascending, another one is descending. By default, it is already false. But if you add true to it, it will make it descending. Now let's do the same thing. It's list alpha, right? So let's just, no, actually, let me write it down only. So I'll write down list alpha dot sort, and let it be not reversed right now, let it be normal, and let's try to print list alpha. Oh, list alpha, and let's see what happens. ABEGRV. Cool. And if it is, let me just use this quickly again. List alpha, obviously, and run it. See, it's the opposite, the descending. Okay, so you can definitely use this function before using binary search, because if you have a list which is not either ascending or descending, and if you try to use binary search, it will be a complete mess, because you need to have it in either of a sorted manner. It can be descending or it needs to be ascending. So this function you can use before using binary search. All right, cool. You can also sort stuff with length. You can sort stuff with key. That means you can use it in dictionary as well. There are many more places where you can use sort or sorted. Definitely try them out. It's a really good function to work with. So yeah, that's it for the day. In the next video, we will be learning about list comprehension. Okay, and what exactly can we do with list comprehension? There are like a number of things which you will be learning in that, and that would be used in daily life as well. If you code, it makes your code very precise, and it just looks good if you use list comprehension. So let's meet on the next video. Till then, keep practicing and keep solving different problems. Hello. Hello, welcome again to a new tutorial where we will be learning about list comprehension. So let me just create a file, list comprehension. All right, so what is list comprehension? So let's say you know already about list, right? So it's somewhat related to that. If we talk about it, we can say that Python, what does it help for? To make stuff easy, right? But list comprehension is something which is completely uh, used to make sophisticated functions in just one line. Okay, so if I say, like, if I write down how to iterate through the whole loop, I mean, let's say I give you a list and I tell you that I want to iterate through that whole list. How will you do that? You'd use a for loop for this, right? But if I talk about list comprehension, okay, let's actually do that in front of you, both of it together. So I'll just take num is equal to, let's take 3 comma 5 comma 6 comma 7 comma 8 comma 9 comma 4 comma 2. Okay, I have taken few numbers. Now I want to let's say again double it. Okay, double it and put it in the another list. So I'm creating another list. And how will I do this? If it would be a for loop, then I would be doing something like for I in num dot append. What do I need to append? I my bad, it should be double dot append. We are appending in double. Okay, double dot append I into 2, since it's double, right? And now if I just simply print double, I need to print double. Okay, and if I run this, see, it took so many lines for me to write this code. This was normal. Okay, this is normal way to do normal way to use a for loop. Now what I'll show you will be list comprehension method. Okay, now how is the list comprehension method? We'll be writing everything in the single line. Definitely this remains the same. Okay, let me use num only, but let me show you these all. How will I decrease these 3 lines into one single line? Okay, so now have a look. I'm writing, num remains the same. Okay, I am taking DOUBLELC, list comprehension is equal to creating this. Now let's take a variable. Okay, let it be ij. What do you want to do? Ij into 2, right? Now for ij in num. For ij in num, what do you want to do? Ij into 2. Okay, that's what you need to do. And now let me just quickly print double LC. Cool. So let me just run this and let me just show you. You just took one line to do this, and this looks much better than the normal code, right? So this is what I was talking about, list comprehension over here. Okay, now definitely you can do many more things with list comprehension. You can iterate over strings also. You can also write down big functions and make it small wherever, let's say, you can also use it in lambda function. Okay, in lambda function you can also use it. You can use it for conditions, like conditional statements, if else. You can do that. So let's say if we want to find out uh, what are the odd numbers from 0 to 20. In 0 to 20, what are the odd numbers with the help of list comprehension? How will we do that? So let me write down num L. This is the number list is equal to, again, I'll create this. Let's take X, but let's first traverse through it. For X in range, what is the range? 20. Okay, as I said, from, or you, it can take any number. You can take like 30 as well, you can take 40 as well, completely up to you. I'm just telling that I'm finding out right now. Odd numbers, right? So if X percent 2 is not equal to 0, and what do I need? Print number list. Okay, so let's try this out. Run this and try this. 1 3 5 7 9 11 13 15 17 19 21 23 25 27 29. All of them are just odd numbers. Okay, so this is how you do. So just imagine, first of all, you had to write down all the numbers from 1 to 30. For that, there is a for loop. Then again, you have, if it is odd, then you need to put that in the list. Everything comes in the single line. Isn't it fun doing this? Like, you can definitely do many things. Like, you can also add if else over here. Like, let's say, if is, or let me show you in a different way right now. Okay, that means if it is in the same list from the range of, let's say, 0 to 30, or we can take some other list range also. If it is odd, it will print odd, and if it is even, it will print even. Okay, so let's say odd if is equal to, I'm writing down both conditions over here, that is if and else both. So E, you should write EVEN, even, if it is, if let's say X percent 2 is equal to 0. Okay, else you should write odd. Okay, then what is the range for I, for actually X in range? You can take any range. Let's take 21 to 30. Okay, and let me just quickly print odd if full, and let me just run it. So odd, it starts from odd 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29. 30 is the stop number. If you recall from whatever I have taught you in for loop, it exactly works the same way. Okay, so this is how we work with list comprehension. Doesn't it look so cool? You can also do nested loops with list comprehension. So The main thing which you need to remember when you are working with list comprehension, that it is a really good way to create lists. It is compact form of whatever functions you are using, but you should always write down the list comprehension if it is small. If it is very big and complex, and if you write down, then it will be problem for you to debug it. Okay, so that is the reason always be precise with your code for your benefit. There is also something known as dictionary comprehension. Okay, so you can go through all these stuff. Definitely it will help you a lot. This is something which you can do it on your free time to practice new stuff. All right, so that's it for this video. Let's meet in the next module, where we would be learning about exception handling in Python. Okay, so till then, keep practicing. Have a good day. Bye. Hello, hope you're doing good. So today we are in a new section or a new module where we would be learning about errors and exception handling. I'm sure till now you have really seen lots of errors while working out different problems. So in those, what is it? It can be syntax error, value error. What else? What are the different errors you have seen? I'm sure you have seen indentation error, EOF error, right? EOF, even EOL, end of line error, end of file error. Then there are many more errors, like in this whole Python world. Okay, so if you would have been working with the calculator, then you might have seen zero division error as well if you have made a calculator. Okay, so these are few different stuff. All right, so today we will be working on this only, that what are the common errors and what are the exceptions that we can work with. Okay, so let's start with it. First of all, let's talk about what an exception is, and even let's talk about how to work with them. Okay, so exception is basically some condition in the program where it interrupts whatever we have written or the flow of code. Okay, whatever the flow of code we have written, there is some issue with that. That is the reason you get some kind of error or exception. All right, so whenever that thing happens, that exception is there or that error is there, what happens? The program, it generally stops there and it gives that in this line you have this error, right? So what happens? Unfortunately, the whole code is not running because of that error. So it can be anything, you know. It can be a runtime error, it can be something else. But what is happening during runtime? Python is not able to handle that error. That is the reason you get it. Okay, so this is the exception which is actually represented as a error. Okay, now Python gives us a proper way that you can handle these exceptions without any interruption. Like you can just write some codes and you can just pass those errors. If those error comes, you can just show some message rather than showing those red lines of errors. Okay, so Python has many built-in exceptions already for this. Now I was telling you about few errors, right? Value error, then syntax error, many more. So the common exceptions we can say related to this is mostly zero division error, indentation error, value error, syntax error. Syntax error also has many things, right? So then you have end of line, end of file error. These are few of the errors which you find. Okay, so let's talk about them one by one. Okay, so actually there is a whole module about this, and there are so many things you can do. You can completely make your code work as you want with the help of this, and you can raise error, raise exceptions. I'll actually tell you whatever word I have used. I'll give you example for all of them to make you everything clear regarding this. All right, so first of all, if I talk about syntax error, when do you get syntax error? Let's say if I write print hello, hello. Okay, and if I run this, what do I get? Syntax error. End of line while scaling literal, right? This is what I'm getting. So what is missing over here? Another quotes is missing over here. Okay, this was the syntax error. Now if I talk about exceptions, let's say if I print 2 divided 0 and try to run this. Zero division error. That is what is zero division error. Now, if I try to write this down without defining what this word is, then I'll get a name error. That this I have not defined. This is not any variable yet. And then if I try writing int hello, definitely you can't turn this into an integer. So this is a value error. Okay. Okay. So these are different kinds of errors. Now let's do something. I've showed you few errors. Let's try and let's work out with the errors so that you don't see them anymore, but rather you see a message. All right. So let's go with zero division error at the first. All right. So I'm just removing whatever is there in front of you. For zero division error, let's say a is equal to, let's take a number int. Okay. Input A. Take him. Now B. Again, I'll take int input. Let's take B over here. All right. And also let me give a space. Now what do I want? I want to keep this in C, and I'll write down A divide B. All right. Now if I do this, let's say print C. Okay, simply print C. And let me run this code. and I need to put in A, let's put in 2, and in B, let's put in 0. So it's a 0 division code. It will not go any further after this. Let me show this. Print hello. Okay, let me print hello just after the code, and let me again give 2, 0. Have a look. That doesn't work. Whatever is there after this line will not work. It's because you have got an error. But I want to print this line. How will I do that? So there is something which is known as exception handling. Okay, so till now I was talking about error, and error, but I need to now handle this error. That is known as exception handling. This is what an exception is coming. That 0, this is division by 0, which is not really possible, right? So in Python program, if there is any suspicion thing happening, you can just simply do that. You can use try except. How does it look like? It's just simple, very simple. Try whatever code you want to try, and I'm just writing pass for the moment. And if there is any exception, what do you need to accept? And then you need over here also the code which you need to pass. Okay, so over here, what do we need to do? Definitely this needs to be under try. Okay, try. So basically you need to try this out. Even this. Okay, and then if this gives any error, okay, let me just delete this part. Yes, I can just simply delete this part. All right, accept what you need to accept, that print I cannot be divided by 0. Okay, and let's just simply run this. Okay, I take 2. Oh, my numlock was there, my bad. If I write down 2 and the second number is 0, see, I cannot be divided by 0. So now it's not giving me an error. It's raising the exception with the help of the, it's not raising, it's just going inside except, and whatever statement I have given for except, it's just writing it down for me as the error part is not there. I mean, we do not want that error part to be there. All right. So you can write down anything. So this is how we use try except. If you are from any different coding language background, you must have heard about try catch. So this is almost actually this is similar to that try catch. Okay, so this was the very first example where we saw how to get hold of zero division error, right? Now let's try something more. Okay, let's add one more thing. Now you remember I wrote hello, right? So there is one more thing which you can do. Let me just print exception. There is a keyword that is print this exception. Okay, have a look. If I run this and I'll write 2 0, the class is exception, and this thing is an exception. Whatever I'm passing it over here is an exception. Okay, and there is also one more thing, that is after try except we have else. That means after you are done with all these things, you can simply print hello. Okay, so let's say I'll print hello, hello, and I run it. So again I take 2 0. Did I miss out something? Oh, yes, yes. So it is not writing, right, in the else statement yet. So, how, what to do to make this else work? First of all, when should this else work? That's what you should know. But before that, um, the main thing which I wanted to show you over here is this print exception. The class is exception which we are working with right now. Okay. Now, if we say with no exception statements, I have already um, uh, with no exception statements, you can definitely I mean, you need to specify it, or else it will be very weird. No one will understand that what is it. But yes, you have, if you want, you don't need to give any exception statement. It Python gives you that authority to do it. Okay. Now, if I talk about the other part, that is um like okay, by the way, you can also write this in one more way, that is except exception as, this is just another variable, let's say a. Okay, it can be e also. I have already used a, let me just write down e. All right, exception as e, and let me just print E. Okay, I'm printing E right now. I'm running this code and have a look. 2 0 division by 0. This is what the exception is. Okay, this is what the exception is. So you do not need to specify the exception statement. That is not required. Python gives you this flexibility to do this. All right, now after this, I also told you about few more errors, right? So let's work with another error, that is there is runtime error, there is type error, there is name error, value error. Let's work with handling value error. Okay, so now if I talk about value error, so there you go. For that, try again, a try block. Let's take a is equal to int include an input, enter a number. Okay, I'm entering a number. Then you need to accept. What do you need to accept? You need to accept value error. Okay, there is something which is known as value. See, do you see so many options over here? So the value error I'm accepting, and let's print. It's not a number. Okay, it's not a number. So now let's just simply try. Okay, let me just comment this out for our easy use, and let me just run this. If I enter 3, it works fine. But if I enter a and press enter, it's not a number. It will give me, if there is value error, it will give me it's not a number. So this is what a value error is. All right, okay, so let's do something. Let's proceed with another kinds of errors and exceptions. All right, so we had a talk about try, except, and different errors. Now, by the way, you can handle more than one exceptions together. All right, so By the way, there is one more thing with this, that is try, except, else. And there is one more keyword, that is finally. Okay, so Python provides a keyword finally also, that can be only executed after try and except blocks. You cannot do this before this. Okay, so finally I'm done with this. So that is the last part. So you can also try searching about finally. Now you can as I said, you can definitely raise exceptions. But before that, let's do a few more example of try finally block. Okay, so finally definitely is a very exceptional optional thing, which is used with try statements. It executes every time, like literally no matter whatever is going on with our code, it doesn't uh, it completely doesn't care. Simply it will just um, give you like whatever you need. Simply try finally. Let me just do this, remove this. Fina finally. Let me print finally. Print finally. Okay, and let me just simply run it and show you. If I enter a number that is 5, finally it's printing finally. If I again run this code and write down a, okay, my goodness, if I write down an a, a over here and try to run it, oh, just press enter, sorry. So it's not a number, and finally is again written. That means finally is, if it is there, it will always run no matter what's happening above in the code. Okay, so this is about finally. So now we know about how we can like what are the different kinds of exceptions and errors that we can generally figure out. Okay, so if I talk about raising an exception, this is what raising an exception means. All right, so one thing you can try out, actually you can also raise exception with a message that okay, let me show this to you. So try except value error. It's written value error over here, right? So you can simply raise the value error also if you want. Let me take an example for this. Let's say try. Let's num. I'll give int input. Okay, int input. Let me just close the bracket and then I'll write down whatever I want inside this. So what I'll write, that smells fishy. Okay, that smells fishy. Let's just oh, my bad. I shouldn't have written this over here. Input a number. Okay, and in the next line, if num is lesser than equal to 0, then raise. Now we are raising an error. Okay, now value error, and the number should not I'm writing down, the num should not be negative. Okay, let's say And then even if you want, you can accept value error also. So let's just simply take this off from here and run it. So, oh, okay. EF while parsing. Okay, try can't be any day without except. Okay, so if I write down except, so you need to accept some exceptions over here. So simply you can just accept, we have the value error over here, right? So we can value error as we print V, and let's just remove this because we don't really need this space. Okay, and let's run it, and I guess it should value error as V. Num. Okay, cool. Now if I run this, it works. Indentation error. Num if phrase. Over here there is a indentation error. All right, now it should work fine. Input a number. I'll input 2. Nothing happens. If I let's say run it again with a W, then invalid literal. Okay, and then again if I run that, invalid literal for int with base 10 W. We can create like we can create our custom as well, definitely, which I'll teach you later. But over here, these are the points which you need to know. All right. There is also something known as arithmetic error. Okay. If you want to raise it, you can use it. Errors can be of your own choice as well. Now, if I talk about custom exceptions, you can create custom exceptions for some functions also. All right. So there is a lot. If I talk about recursion, sorry, if I talk about raising exceptions, so this is one way how you can do it, definitely. The others you can practice and explore. Two things you need to remember over here: there is try, except, else, and try, except, else, finally. All right, so these are the things which you need to remember. Talking about custom exceptions, you can definitely raise custom exceptions and work with them. Okay, so this is very basic about errors and exception handling. All right, so by the way, I can just simply refactor. Yes. Cool. So now you have this file too. All right, great. So after this, you can try raising some error if you want. But for the time being, you should know whatever I have taught you over here. All right. Okay, cool. So now this was about raising exceptions, how you can raise some different kind of exception, as well as already using something that is inbuilt. All right, so let's proceed a little. Till then, have a good day and keep practicing Python. Hello. So, in the last class, we were talking about different errors, exception handling, and how you can handle all the exceptions, right? So, today, right now, over here, let's do something. We have also discussed about try, except, else, and finally, right? So, these are the four different blocks where what we had a talk about. Now, definitely you also know how to raise an exception. The things which you should remember is that uh, not to use the exception with the exception statement. That means if already you are raising some kind of an exception, why do you need an extra line for that? Okay, you can make the code definitely much more readable. I know you would be able to do now. There is also one more thing that you should know is about file module. Okay, if you do not have a file and you are trying to open that, it will basically give you an error. So what do I mean by that is basically, let's say I'll try. Let's open op open uh, ope. Okay, now what do you need to open? You basically need to open a file. Let's say uh, text text. Okay, definitely this is not there, right? So you also need in which mode. There are three different kinds of mode which is already present in that is read, write, append. Okay, these are the main three. Definitely you can write and read together, you can write and append together, you can do anything, but these are the three main things, and then they are just the permutation and combinations of those three mostly. All right, so let's take text is txt as an extension, and let's use it as r, that is read. Okay, this is what you need to try. Now if this doesn't execute, so I'll accept an exception over here. Okay, now if I accept an exception over here, I need to write down the name. So if the file is not there, that means there is some issue with this module. Okay, that is IO. So if that is the case, I'll write down print, and I'll print file not present. All right, and then definitely if you're opening a file, you definitely need to close it. But before that, I'll add an else statement. What does this else statement do? This else statement basically will print um, file not uh, found. Okay, let me just uh, quickly run this. Oh yes, this will give me an error because of this. All right. Okay, so have a look. Input an oh, it's the above one. Okay, let's input a number over here and just next file not present. It's directly, if the file would have been present, it would have shown the values over here. Okay, IO error, input output error basically is for if the file is not present over there, and still we need to work with that. And maybe I'm writing down the wrong name. It can be really anything. Okay, so just try it out, whatever is there in front of you, whenever you are free, or take out time if you're not free. All right, because this is something which is really great. All right, now you can raise exceptions as well. I guess I told you, you can raise a value error, you can raise any other error if you want. You can also create your custom um, exceptions while working on the code. Okay, so these are few stuff which you should know regarding this. All right, now that's it for this video. Let's meet in the next video and work on few different uh, new stuff. Okay, so till then, have a good day. Hello, so today we will be talking about a new topic that is known as the keywords. Okay, this is a topic which I really wanted to talk to you about previously, but uh, let's do it right now. Okay, so Python keywords are basically special words or reserved words that basically have a meaning, okay, that compiler understands. Each one has a different meaning. Now I'm sure uh, if you write else or if you write some other word, it will just highlight that word, right? If I write down for, it will highlight that word. That means there is something already working with it. And you cannot use them as a variable or a function name or something else, because that is all it just doesn't make sense that there is already a function with that and you are using it in the other way. Okay, so how would you find out the list of the keywords? According to, I guess, 3.7, you have 33 keywords, but let's just see one thing right now, that is IMPO, import keyword and print keyword dot kw list. Okay, if I try running this, have a look. False, none, true, and, as, assert, async. So all these words, see, break, class, continue, def, del, elif, else. We have used these all words, right? Global, if, import, is, in, lambda, all of these, raise, return, these all are the keywords. Let's just check the length also. So I'll print, not pass, print length of keyword dot kw list, keyword list, and run it. Have a look, there are 35, so we have two more, then 33, right? So this is how you can work with it. Now this is about the keywords. I hope you understood what do I mean by keywords. There are also something known as literals. You can just quickly go and search it up, definitely. And if you have any doubts, you can just drop me a text in comment. I'll definitely answer them. Now, even talking about exceptions, when you would be working with a larger code base, you would really need that. Okay, so now there are few more topics which I would like to tell you, which you should know about. Okay, that is OS module. All right, there is something which is known as OS module, operating system module. You can explore that. You can also explore date, time. Okay, because these are some fun things which you can explore in your free time. Now the next thing which I want to tell you right away, that is, there is also something known as exception chaining. So basically the raise statement allows an optional from which enables the chaining exceptions. That means what to do after you get this exception, or what to do after what you give another exception. Just like user defined function, you also have user defined exceptions according to your choice, your need. You can make them. There is one thing more which I would like to mention. You should start reading the documentation of Python. If you just write down Python, docs dot python dot org, I'm sure you'll get a lot of stuff, okay, where you can learn about Python and more on it. All right, so it's really amazing if you make a calculator yourself. And even if you have any other app in your mind, try making them and show it to me. You can definitely put it in the comment, the codes. I can run and see them. Okay, so you just need to keep practicing everything. All right, because without practice, this is just like maths. You can just be good at it. Okay, so yeah, that's it for this video. Let's meet in the next video, where we would be learning about recursion. That's completely a new module. Till then, have a good day and keep practicing. Do remember the points that I mentioned. Thank you so much. Hello, welcome to another brand new video where we would be talking about recursion. So, talking about recursion, it is the process of defining something in terms of itself. Confused? So what do we do in recursion? Like if I keep two mirrors in front of you, parallel mirrors facing each other, and if I put an object in between that, what would happen? You'd see so many reflection of the same that thing, right? So exactly over here, if the function calls itself, that's known as recursion. Okay, now let me just quickly erase this and right click, refactor, rename, recursion, recursion. Okay, so how do I mean recursion? Let me show you a little. So I'll use annotate right now. So I'll write down def. Let's say the function is me. Okay, me. How do we call a function? Like if we use a function, we call itself, right? We call the function to make it run, right? So if the function, this is the function, inside the function, you are calling the function itself, and outside the function also. It's like Karthik calling Karthik, if you remember that movie. Okay. So another example which I gave you was that two parallel mirrors. How does it look like? Let's say if the if here you have the two mirrors and you put some object, the reflection will be coming here, then here, then here, then here. In fact, I'm not sure if you have seen that Zoom meeting, not Zoom meeting, I would rather say Google Meet. What happens when you share your screen? Your screen just goes on and on and on and on and on. So many images of your same screen. If you're on Google Meet, you see that is a perfect example of recursion. Okay, so if you have used Google Meet, which I'm sure due to this COVID and lockdown you did, that's recursion. Okay, so now let's say there was a factorial code which we have already done before. I'm not sure if you remember. Let's do that so that I can give you an example and you would easily understand that. So let's say I'll write def factorial ka fact, and I'll take in this. If x is equal to 1, return 1, else return x into the factorial of x minus 1. By the way, what is factorial? I'm sure you remember. If you don't, let me tell you. Let's say if I say I need to find out the factorial of 6. Okay, so if I need to find out the factorial of 6, it will be 1 into 2 into 3 into 4 into 5 into 6. I wrote it in this way, right? But accordingly, it should be minus 1. That means if we are writing factorial of 5, it should be 5 into 4 into 3 into 2 into 1. Okay, don't go in my bad handwriting, just try to understand. Okay, so this was about the factorial. Let me just quickly complete this code over here. Let's say I'll write down num is equal to 5, and I'll call, of course, fact num, and I'll definitely print it. Okay, and let's see what it does. I need to remove this. Cool, perfect, and run. 120. So 5 into 4 into 3 into 2 is 120. And if you, let's say I write down 6, it should be 720. If I write down 4, it should be 4 into 3 into 2. That is 4 into 6. That is 24. Okay. So I hope you got how is this working. What's happening over here, I'm just showing you. So if it is this over here, I'm getting 4. Okay, so 4, if x is equal to 1, return 1. This is not the condition right now to follow, right? So else return x. What is the value of x? X is 4 multiplied by, what is this? Fact x minus 1. That means 3. Now you are talking about 3 factorial. That means you need to again go inside that. That is 3. 3 factorial again goes in and asks for minus x minus 1. That means 3. 3 into x minus 1, that is 2. Now the next one would be 1, right? 2 minus 1 is 1. So if x is equal to 1, we need to return 1. And now finally it computes the value of this whole and it will give you the factorial. Okay, So this is how it goes. Let me just repeat it once more in a better way. So if I'm writing down the factorial of 4, it will be somewhat like fact 4. This is doing the first time. The second time is fact. Let me change the color to red. My bad. I'm writing it down over here. Yeah, fact 4. This is what we are doing, right? This is now returning 4 into fact 3. Now this thingy is returning 4 into 3 into fact 2. And now this thingy is returning 2 into 1. And finally, this computes all together and it gives you the value that is 4 into 3 into 2. It's of course 1 as well. It's 24. That's how it gets computed. Okay. So this was about factorial. There are some advantages and disadvantages which I would really like to mention about this recursion. That is, recursive functions make the code look clean. Okay, but if I like, you can definitely break down bigger tasks with the help of this, and it is much more easier to read. It's easier to grab the concept, but the main disadvantage is that sometimes the logic is very hard to get into. Like over here, x is equal to 1 is the base case. That means if this will not be there, then it will really reach its limit. Okay, like let me show you something. Let me just remove, or maybe just and let me just run this. Maximum recursion depth exceeded. This was in the base case which I have given, that if it is 1, then stop then and there. But see, it was just going on and on and on and on. So it actually repeated it 9, 96, 97, 98, 99, and 1000 times, and then it says that recursion error, maximum recursion depth exceeded. Okay, so there, like if the base case is not given properly or something is missing, it's hard to debug recursive function, right? That's what I wanted to convey with this. But it is really helpful when you are working with very long stuff. Okay, so that's it about recursion. You can try a few different logics on this, different codes, different coding problems. Definitely it will be really helpful. So let's meet in the next video where we will be talking about object-oriented programming. Actually, it will be the next module. So that's it for this video. Keep practicing. If you're facing issues, do let me know in the comment. I'll definitely reply you back. So have a good day. Bye. Hello. So today we are going to learn about very important part of Python or any programming language is object-oriented programming. Okay, so this is the very first video where I will be talking about object-oriented programming. Python is a multi-paradigm programming language. It really supports different programming approaches. So one of the popular approach to solve a problem is by creating objects, and this thing is known as object-oriented programming. Now, if I talk about object, it has two things, two characteristics. One is attribute and another one is behavior. Like, let's say human, let's say if we are an object, then the name, age, color, these are the things, uh, height, which are treated as attributes. And if I talk about behavior, like let's say how good we can sing, how good we can dance, how good we can code. So these are all the behaviors. Okay, there is also something which you should know, that is the concept of DRY, dry. Basically, OOPS concept in any programming language focuses on creating the reusability of the code. Like when you will be creating softwares, you would mostly be reusing and using the code again and again, so that you don't have to really write big codes. Okay, so this DRY is don't repeat yourself concept. Okay, so we have something known as class as well. So if I talk about class is a blueprint for the object. So let's say we make a class. So let me just simply name this oops, oops.py, refactor, rename. This is the first thing which you should know, that is about classes. Okay, so classes, let's say we can think of a class as, I'll take class person. Okay, and I pass it. Okay, now we can definitely, like over here, person is the object. Okay, let me just write down P in caps, it looks better. Yes, so it can contain all the details about what's the name of the person, what's the size of, like, height of the person, what's the age of the person, everything. Okay, now if I talk about this word over here, that is class keyword is used over here, and right now it's empty class, which you see in front of you. Now from the class we can construct the instances. An instance is a specific object created from a particular class. So now let's talk about what an object is. So object is an instance of a or instantiation of a class. Okay, so when the class is defined, only description for object, like okay, description for the object is defined, therefore it doesn't take any memory or storage. Okay, so what do I mean by this right now is that if I need to create the object of the class person, I'll just simply write down object is equal to, definitely I'll write this, and PE person, and I'll just give these brackets and we are done. So this is how we create the object of the person class. Okay, so I made this. Now let's do something. Let's write down in person how to, I think this is a wrong example, but no, none of the examples are wrong, but let's take the example of a car. That would be much better, I guess. Car. We can classify car at least. Okay, so Now we were talking about creating the class and object in Python. Now, if I talk about car, definitely, what's the next thing you need to do? We need an initializer. Okay. What is an initializer? Basically, before initializer, I guess I should talk a little bit about okay, def, I'm initializing it. So init, I'll use this init self. Okay, let me keep it to the person. Okay, I'll just see what to do next then. Okay, self. Okay, I need two things right now, name and age. All right, so I'll just do self dot name is equal to name and self dot age is equal to age. That means there are two things which is required to pass over here. One is name and another one is age. Okay, so now if I write down something like, let's say, person one, and here in person, if I write down, let's say, Simran, my name, and definitely I'll give, okay, let me give a number in the age. Well, I'm 20, just 24, no. Oh yes, I'm 24. All right, person, person 2, person, let me take another, and let me specify the age. And what if I run this? Will anything happen? Any idea? Let's try to run this and see what happens. We don't see anything, right? That means something is happening, but we do not know what's happening. So let's try print person 2 and print person 1. And let's try printing this. It gave me something, but I don't know what this is. Any idea what it is? This is basically giving you where it is stored, right? So now how we will use this? Definitely these are creating objects of person, no doubt, but we need to use this. How do we use this? If we want to use this, we will simply work with person 1 or person 2 dot name and person 1 dot age. Let's try printing this. See, person 2's name is Ankit and person 1's age is 24. Okay, so over here, what's happening is that if you need to access those elements that I have stored over here, you need to, okay, if I write down age over here again, that means it will give me the age of Ankit, the second person's age, right? This is accessing the instance attributes. Okay, so this is about just the init function. Now let's create the method. Okay, now let's create some methods. That means methods are basically the functions that is defined inside the body of a class. That means these are also functions, But since it is inside the class, we are telling them as they are the methods. Okay, so def, let's say, I'll do, what should I write? What can a person's class have? Not sing, dance. Okay, creativity. Creativity. Okay, creativity. Self will come in definitely. Now, creativity over here, let's say I'll pass coding. Well, sounds weird, but return let's return a string this is a different kind of a format. Do learn about this as well. I'm writing down few things. Okay, self dot name, and I need coding here. Okay, yes. So that means the name will come here and the coding, whatever I write over here in creativity will come over here. Okay, and creativity, and then I'll write down creativity is different. Now, what can be a characteristic of a it can be also one more thing, that is gender. Okay, so or maybe you can also mention creativity is one. Okay, let's make gender. Def gender. Self definitely comes in any day. Now, if I write down gender, let me just write down GEN, and let me return just this. Dot format self dot name. Okay, now gender is a, okay, so now we need one more thing, that is gen. Okay, so now this should work. So these are the two different things, and we will add one more thing definitely. But wait, before that, let's just do one thing, that is, already these two are created, that is instance of the object. But now let's call the class the methods which we have created in the class. So let me just simply print Simran. Let's take Simran, that is person one dot, what are the two different things which we have done? Gender and creativity. So if I talk about creativity first, I need to pass in something. So nose, I'll just keep in Python over here. Okay, Simran knows Python. And let's print something else also over here for person two. So for person two, over here, I will just write down dot gender, and is a, let's pass male. Okay, and let's try printing this again and let's see what it does. Simran knows Python, Ankit is a male. Or I guess it's a boy would be better, but that's okay. That sounds better. But the point over here of telling you this is that uh, we are creating different functions and we are using it when and as we want. Even, if we want in def score. So scores return scores multiply 5. Okay, so now if I try doing this, print person2 dot score, I'll give a 5 over here, and if I try to run this, it gives me 25. That means I can do some formulas also in our function inside the class. That's what I wanted to show you with respect to this, that how methods work, and methods exactly work like the functions which we make. Okay, now there is also something known as inheritance. Okay, just listen to this now. We'll definitely come to these things again, but just listen to this. Inheritance is a way of creating a new class for using the details of a existing class. Okay, now let's say you have a car. Okay, you want to make another car, and what would you do if you want to make another new car and you have already a car present at your home which is not really working because of some of the parts? What you can do, you can just take some of the previous parts and just fit it in here and just add some new features in that car, and then your car is made, right? So that means you're using the previous car to make your new car. That is inheriting the features. The very easiest example, definitely you have inherited some of the qualities, some of the features of your parents. Like for me, my eyes are same as of my dad, and my face cut is same as of my mom. So this is what all people say, that's why I'm mentioning it. So this is what you have inherited from your parents. Like definitely you have something inherited from your parents, right? So whenever the relatives looks at you, they are the first thing which they tell you is this only, that this thing looks like your dad, this thing looks like your mom, hand, eyes, whatever, voice. So this is inheritance, the very real life example which I could give. Now there is something which is known as encapsulation. Okay, so now in object oriented programming, we can restrict the access to methods and variables. So this prevents data from direct modification, which is known as encapsulation. I'm sure you don't know what I mentioned right now. So let's say if you are, okay, let's talk about ATM machine. Okay, ATM machine, what happens? You go give the pin, give the required, like click required buttons, and then if the pin is correct, the money comes out from the ATM machine. But do you exactly know how the ATM machine is working from inside? What is that software doing? How they are taking out exactly that amount of money? No, right? So this is known as encapsulation. That means they have not given you the permission to use the ATM machine from the inside end, that you can find out what's going on inside and then everything you get it outside. Everything has been encapsulated in such a way that you are only required, or you are only given that much of permission which you require, or else you can just go and check someone else's account and take out some money from there, right? I'm not saying you would do that. I'm saying just this can be what thieves can do, right? If they know how everything is working. So this is how encapsulation is done, that whatever is required, you are only allowed to see that, so that no one can change anything. Now, there is something which is also known as polymorphism. Okay, so polymorphism is an ability to use a common interface for multiple forms of data. Okay, like suppose we need to color a shape. So there, what we'll do there, like there are multiple shape options, like it's a you have rectangle, you have square, you have circle, you have all of it, right? However, we could use the same method to color any shape. That means you do not have to write down the code of coloring every time. You just need to write down the shape and fill it with the color. This is known as polymorphism. Okay, so these are the few things which you should know when we are working with object-oriented programming. There is also something known as abstraction. Okay, so I would really like you to go through whatever we have done in this video. Try to jumble these up, what we have done. If you want to make new methods, try making them and explore it out. We will make one project in the next video where you would be completely understanding how this object-oriented programming is working all together. So that's it for this video, and let's meet in the next video and create a good project related to object-oriented programming. Have a good day. Bye-bye. Hello, hope you're doing good. So today we will be talking about the project that I told you we will be making. So we will be making a coffee maker. Okay. So talking about coffee maker with the help of object-oriented programming. So basically over here, we will first of all make a class of coffee maker. Okay. Now, it's simple. Coffee shop program. Yeah, you can say it's a coffee shop program. Okay, so we will use our logics. We'll not repeat our logics. And Python file coffee shop manager, coffee shop manager. All right, coffee shop manager. Okay, so now let's talk about writing down codes without object-oriented programming first, and then we will write down with object-oriented programming. Okay, so first of all, let's take few things, that is small is equal to 2, regular is equal to 5, big is equal to, let's say, 7. So now let's ask the budget from the user. So user budget, and these are the price. Okay, input what is your budget. Okay, so first of all, there is one thing that you should see, that the person is giving you
a number. Okay, so let's try. User budget is equal to int user budget. And if this is not the case, then you need to accept to please enter a number. Okay, so now print please enter a number. Now after this, definitely if this is the case, you need to exit. The next thing what we will do over here is that if the user budget is greater than 0, definitely, then you would be checking for small, big, and regular, all the three. Okay, so over here, let's take if user budget is greater than equal to big, then simply tell them you can afford. Oh, I needed to print this. Print you can afford the big coffee. The big coffee. Okay, now this is done. Now if inside this user budget is equal to big, already like it's exactly the same, then print let's say you are bankrupt. I think this is too harsh, but if my spelling is wrong, please. Else print your left over amount af after drinking big coffee. Not drinking, enjoying would be better word. Enjoying big coffee is of course not 0. Give a comma, user budget minus big. Okay, the next thing, this is done for if it is big. Okay, so now the same thing now will be for a regular. Okay, so if the user budget, if if the user budget is equal to regular, then print you can afford the regular coffee. Oops, you can afford the regular coffee, and print you let me just change a little. 6, yeah, you do not have any more VU bucks. Now, one more. Definitely this will be elif. All right. Now the last elif, last but not the least, if user budget is greater than equal to small, then what to do? Then we can simply print. You can buy small COFFE coffee, and let's try printing how much is left. User budget is equal to small, then print you are your bankrupt. Okay, so and if by any chance else, print your change left is user budget minus small, and there needs a comma here. There I need a comma here. All right, perfect. So this was like a very basic code with if and else. What is your budget? My budget is, let's say, 2. So you can buy small coffee and you're bankrupt together. Now, if I have a budget of 3, then your change left is 1. So do you see how complex it is writing this again so many times? Like, this looks so weird. This just looks so weird. And you're right, you're doing the same thing again and again mostly. Okay, so the logic over here has been repeated. So many nested ifs is there. Now if I tell you to debug this, if there is any issue, it would be too much for you, right? So to overcome this, we can simply use something that is classes. Okay, so let's actually first write down the logic, and then I'll tell you how, like, how is it working and everything. But before I start, I would really like to give you a little details about object-oriented programming, that and actually a difference between object-oriented programming and structured programming. So if I talk about object-oriented programming, it's easier to maintain, and if I talk about structured programming, it's hard to maintain. Object-oriented programming, as I told you before, uses don't repeat yourself approach. And if I talk about structured programming, as you see right now in front of you, I've repeated same thing so many times. So we use repeated codes. Now, a little piece of code can be reused in many places in object-oriented programming, but reuse can't be done if we are just talking about structured programming. Reuse can only be done with object-oriented programming. If I talk about debugging, if I get any error over here, I'll just sit with my hand on my head and I won't be able to find it if it is so many ifs and else and elifs, right? But if I talk about object-oriented programming, it will give you a particular error. From that error, you can easily debug your programs that which thing is not linking properly. Okay, so definitely yes, whatever software, whichever thing you make, this is the only thing which is required to make a proper software. Simple. Okay, so actually the next thing which I'm doing is making that coffee shop manager in OOPS, right? So let's actually meet in another video. First try to absorb this whatever we have done today, and then let's just go to the next video and let's find out how to exactly work with the object oriented manner approach. Okay, so that's it for this video. Let's meet in the second part of this video, which is very important. All right. So finally, we would now start working on the object-oriented approach of making that coffee shop manager thing for us, that we can afford the coffee or not. Okay, so now let's create a new file, OOPS AP approach coffee shop manager. Okay, so now simply first start with class coffee. Now we'll do the constructor for that, def underscore underscore init. This is the constructor. I'll explain you everything. I'm just writing it down first fast. Okay, name, and then these are the two things which is required. Okay, now if I talk about name, so self dot name is equal to yes, self dot price is equal to price. Let's now check the budget and use the method, make the method for it. So def check budget, check the budget now. So for that, self definitely comes in itself. Now budget, even you need to check whether the budget which is entered is integer or a float, but not something else, right? I mean, if it should be valid, right? So if not is instance budget. Oh, by the way, price, let me make it float. For no confusion. Okay, if not instance, is instance, not is instance, is budget. And what happened to the suggestions? I am not getting suggestions. Anyways, budget, it can be anything that is int or float. Okay, now these are the two things. So come out and now print enter float or int, and just simply write down exit if this is not the case. And if budget is less than 0 by any chance, which should not really happen, is less than 0, that you can't have minus money till you have taken a loan or lended from someone. So you need to print sorry, you are out of money, and simply you can exit it from here, right? Cool. Now let's work with the getting of change. Okay, that we were always subtracting it. So def change you get. Okay, this is the change you get, and you need only one thing over here, that is self, and the other thing, that is budget. Okay, let me just close this and let me just make this. Okay, cool. So now, this should be aligned here. All right, that's why. Now this is another method that you are getting, that is change. So what you should return, return, return. What is, okay, now you definitely need to take some input, right? So budget, whatever budget budget you have, whatever budget you have, minus self dot price, whatever price you're using, self dot price, whatever price you have been using over there. Okay, so that's over here. Okay, let me just control S once. I'm not sure if this is saving it, because it's not giving me really any okay, now def buy sell, whatever you want to write, you can. So what do we need? Definitely we need a self and we need a budget. Okay, now in the budget, what do we need to do? First of all, we need to check the self, the budget, whatever. So self dot budget. Okay, cool. That means you are now checking the self budget. Do you see I'm using one function in the other function, and this is the function. Okay, now I'm using this budget as well. So if the budget is greater than equal to self dot price, what should happen? Print you can buy comma self dot name comma coffee. Okay, and this should be inside the dictionary so that you can get the value out from here. Okay, now this is done, one part. Now there should be a if else, if you remember. If budget is equal to self dot price, then you're bankrupt, you do not have any money, you do not have any money, else print here is your leftover change, dash dash dash, and let's write down self self dot, I guess you can just simply remove this from here and put this over here, and one more thing you need over here, that is this. Okay, now it should definitely work. And this is a F string, so I'll just give a F over here to make it look like a F string. Okay, and over here also F string. Okay, yeah, cool. Now self dot change you get and I'll pass the budget over here, so that we definitely need this. Okay, now you can simply just do something. After this whole stuff has been done, you can just simply exit out from here, and you can simply give a small message, that is have a good day, AHEAD, ahead. Now this is the whole class. Okay, you have done everything. Now we need to run this, right? So for running this, what do we need to do is that over here, class named coffee has two attributes, name and price, and they both are used in methods. Mostly the logic which we have used for selling is being used in that buy, and if you run this class you won't get any output because we're just declaring about coffee. We're not really doing anything. So now let's work with this. Okay, so now let's create some objects and instances and all those stuff, which we did talk about in the very first video where we were talking about object-oriented programming, right? So now I'll write down small equal name of the class coffee, and it needs two things, small. Second thing I'll write down 2. Similarly, regular is equal to coffee, C capital, exactly like as you have written the name of the class. Regular. And then one more thing is over here, let's say 5, and small done, regular done, and one more thing. Where are we taking the input? I can't find input over here yet. Oh, okay, my bad. Okay. All right, we are giving it in this way, right? So yeah, my bad. All right, so now the next one will be big. Big is equal to coffee. I'll write down this as this BIG, give a comma, and I'll give a 6 to it. So now try finally user BUDGET comes in and float input ENT, enter your BUDGET, enter your budget. We are taking in float, and we are accepting the value error. So except except, oh, try except should be together parallel, except value accepted the value error. And what to do with this value error? Definitely, if you get this value error, you will simply exit out and print you have not entered number. So now the next thing which you need to do is that we need a for loop for coffee in, let's say, the list big, comma, regular, comma, small, coffee dot by user budget. Here we have made the instances or coffee objects of class coffee, and now let's try running this. Run. Okay, check which line is it. Line 17. Okay, 14, 15, 16. If self, okay, of course we don't need it here. Let's run it. Enter your budget. My budget is 5. You can buy regular coffee. You do not have any money left with you, and have a good day ahead. So I'll run again. I'll write 15. Oh, wow. It will be 15. You can buy big coffee. Here is your leftover change, that is 9. And have a good day ahead. And how are you getting? By exiting. Have a good day ahead. So I told you already about the difference between the structured programming and the object-oriented programming, right? And over here, what we have done basically, first of all, I would like to tell you about the attributes. We already know about it, but I'm just going over it again. Okay, so mostly everything depends on the attributes and the methods in our class. And so an object in a Python is single collection of data attributes and behaviors, that is methods. Now, if I talk about attributes and methods are basically all the functions which you see over here, like def. These are the different methods of the function of the class, which is actually known as a function as well, but correctly known as a method of a class. Okay, now a class completely looks like a template over here for us, right? That what do we need to do with this? We can definitely create lots and lots of things. Now talking about this init, which is present over here, this is known as a constructor. It's called Python, like each time, like whatever is present over here, name, price are basically what you need to pass whenever you are calling the object of the class. Okay, so this is the constructor. Now, if I talk a little bit more about this object-oriented programming, definitely you see we have used type error. It made our code not repeating so many times. I'm not repeating how many times you need like leftover change and all, whereas I had to repeat that 2 times because of the 2 different big and small ones, right? So now even just going or pondering upon all the 4 pillars of object-oriented programming. First one is abstraction, where Abstraction hides the internal functionalities and application from the user. So basically, I gave you one example of phone. You don't know what's happening inside when you open an app, but you know that how is it exactly like you can work on it, right? Now, if I talk about inheritance, I told you about genetics, right? Like you look more like of a mom or dad, that things which your relatives say is inheritance. Polymorphism is like let's modify the methods and attributes of the subclasses previously defined in the superclass. That means if you're hungry, then you can change a little bit of the idea from, let's say, from 4 hours to 6 hours. Now, encapsulation is a process where we protect the integral integrity of data in the class. Okay, so these are few things which you should know about object-oriented programming since you are working in Python. And it is really important if you would go in data science or software development, object-oriented programming, working with classes and all is really, really, really important. Okay, so that's it for this video. I'll meet you in the next video. Till then, have fun.
We will learn about Python files and modules. I hope you have got it already uh, worked with previous topics which we have already worked before. That is show all. Okay. Okay. All right. So if I talk about Python files and modules, so let's first talk about file handling. Okay. So how to work with inputs and outputs of the files. Okay, so I'll just write down, refactor the name over here and rename. Yeah. So Python file handling. Okay. So talking about Python file handling, like we know how to take in inputs and how to work with them. Um, Writing back the answers, we can interact from the Python console terminal. So just not that. When we talk about a really huge data set, or let's say we talk about something which we need to show it in a proper way, we really need to put it somewhere. I mean, definitely everything has a limited amount of data can be displayed, right? The terminal is not that big that you can see a lots and lots of data properly. So for that, we have introduced files. So today, what we will be doing over here, we will see how to open a file, read or write a file, make a file, like everything about files. Simple. Okay. So, first of all, what what do we need to do if we need to open a file? Okay, so let's say I'll write down, right now I do not have any file currently. We will definitely make it. Okay, so let's start. I guess it's visible for you. Yeah. Okay, let me take the whole screen. File, what, why? Okay, cool. So file is equal to, let's say, let me try opening a file. For that, I'll write down file.txt and I'll open it to just read. So this is basically saying that I'm opening the file to in the reading mode. Okay, so if we open the file, then what should we print? We should print that file opened successfully. Okay, now I'll right click and run. See, file not found error. That means there is nothing known as file .txt. So let me just create a new normal text file.txt. Okay, so this is my file.txt and let me write down my name is Simran, Control S, and I come back here and I run it. File opened successfully. That means now the file has opened successfully, but what is there in the file? We cannot see it. By the way, if you're opening a file, we also need to close the file so that it does not get corrupted by the system. So it's a good practice when you open it, then and there you need to close it as well. So for closing, simply you need to do file dot close and this will close the file. Okay, now we need to see that what is there in the file. Okay, so let's do something. This was the very generic one. Now let's use the with statement, okay, to open the file. I'm just commenting this down and going to the next line. So with open, actually with open is useful in case of manipulating files. It is used where we would be like executing it in between the block of code. So mostly the advantage would be that we can completely put it inside the nested blocks. Okay, now it also automatically closes the file if you write down with. So you do not have to write that extra line file.close again. Okay, so that's the reason if you use with, it's very beneficial. So with open file dot text in the read mode as F. Just not to write too much, that's why. Data, whatever data is present inside, I'm storing whatever is present inside the file, I'm storing it in data. F dot read. I am trying to make it read. Okay. Now next, let's print data. And let's see if it prints anything. Okay. So there you go. I see the mistake. All right, perfect. Now let me just see. My name is Simran is written over here, which was actually present in the file. Okay. All right. So this is how you open and read the file. Now talking about writing the files. Okay. So Okay, so we have opened the file. Now, actually, let me write down another block of code. So, new Python file handling 2. Okay, now in this, we will know how to write the files. Again, the same name, file is equal to open file 2.text. Now I'll write down a W over here, which will make it an editable file. File dot write will write stuff inside this. So what do I need to write over here? Let's say I'll write we are learning to uh, write in files with the help of Python. Okay, and let's, as I said, we need to close. So file dot close, and let me just try running it. You see, it created a file and it has also written whatever I wrote. That means this is wrong. It will be OF, not PF. All right. So this is how we write in files. After this, what about, let's say, okay, I told you this in this way, right? Where we are opening first and then closing. Now, what's next? Let's say we need to read the lines of the files. Okay. Let me do some editing over here. First in front, my name is Simran. I am working with Python. I am a Python IoT developer. I also work with data science. Science. Okay, so I have written I love reading about technology. So I've written 5 sentences about me in file.txt. Okay, so let me just open. Yes, it's there. Now let's do something. Let's read it. Okay, for that I'll create one more Python file, reading files. Okay, so now we are reading the content. File is equal to open we are opening file.txt in the read mode content. So we will now read the content of the file dot read line. Let's use read line first, and print content. Okay, and let's run it. So it has written the first line for me. Now let's say if I want to write down many more lines, what will I do? Let me just contents, and let me make it read lines, and I'll print contents, and even this one goes. And let me try running the file. So see, it has created a list over here. If you see, list of all the lines which was written in the file. Okay, this is how we read the lines which is present there. There is also one more operation which we will learn in the next video about files. So that's it for this video. Welcome back. So today we would be learning about, I told you we'll be learning more about files, right? So today we'll be learning about JSON. Okay, JSON, JSON, okay, Python JSON. So it stands for JavaScript Object Notation. All right, so let me just quickly new Python file. JSON in Python. Okay, JSON in Python. All right, so what we'll do over here, we'll learn about how to read JSON files in Python, or with the help of Python rather. Okay, so I'll quickly take a code snippet from Google. JSON code snippet example, and let me right click new file, file dot JSON. Okay, so this is JSON file now. I'll just this is just a random takeaway from a tutorial, just one of the website, so that I can show you the example. Definitely I could have also written this down, but to be very precise, I just brought this over here. So this is book. Don't you think this looks like so much like a dictionary, right? So over here, what we are doing, we will be reading this file with the help of Python. Okay. So now what to do for that? Before that, we will do a few more things. One, why is this not two? Why is this seven? Never mind. These are two different books. By the way, these two guys are really like one of my mentors because I have read their book when I was in university, especially this one. This one is so damn amazing. Java, I'm not that fan of Java. I mean, I'm not going into the controversy because I don't really like writing that big codes. But yes, Java is also amazing if you are doing software development, competitive programming, and all those stuff. But talking about Python, if I say Python can literally do anything and everything which you can't even think about, that's the reason I love Python, the simplicity of the language. If you need to work with the simple stuff, that is Python. All right. So let's come back to this file where we would be working with Python. First of all, we need to there is this. I have to import JSON so that I can use the functionalities of JSON. Okay. So by the way, the encoding of JSON data is known as serialization, and it is the technique where data transforms into series of bytes across the network. You don't have to go into this deep. I'm just telling you. So let me just show you something. Let me print the dirjson. Okay, and let me just run this. Have a look what you get. You see, so many things. Any idea what these are? Dump, dumps, loader, load, scanner, encoder. There would be a decoder also, definitely. I guess. Where is it? Yeah, default decoder, default encoder, decoder, codecs. So, basically, actually, this would be your homework to find out what exactly this is. Okay, so we will learn about few of the methods, that is load, loads, and dumps. Okay, so let's say I want to write down some. Okay, I'm just commenting this line, and writing down student is equal to making a kind of a dictionary. Obviously, I'll use double quotes. Name, Simran, roll number. I'll take the roll number. I'll take it as 001. You know what I'm missing? I'm missing commas. That's why it's giving me this. And let me take age. What should I give my age? All right. Now, let's do something. Let's say A is equal to JSON.dumps. Dumps. I'll just dump the student and I'll print A. Okay. Let's see what this dump function does. And I'll just run it. Have a look. You see, it looks like a dictionary, but if I write down print type of A, have a look what I get as the answer. It's a string, right? You see, it looks like a string. That means when you dump it, we don't look at as a dictionary. This was a dictionary which is now transformed into a string, a JSON string. Okay. So now let's say if we need to open a file and write down in that. So how will we do that? Let's say I have shown you this over here, and let's with open data.json. I'll write it, right? So I'll just write. We know this concept from the previous as WRI, write file JSON dot dumps dump student comma write file, control S, right click, run. You see data.json, and here you have that. Okay, so that means it creates another file. So what was the difference between dump and dumps? Dump is basically it's easy actually. If you find out, it basically provides this function transmits the data in the JSON format, and you need two arguments for this. But if I talk about dumps, it just need one argument for data serialization. Okay, so this was about dump and dumps. Now deserialization is also there, in which we mostly use two different function. Like it was dump and dumps, now it is load and loads. Okay, so if I talk about load and loads, so I wrote this one file over here, you if you remember, it was file.json, right? So let me show you something. With where should I? Yeah, let me write it down over here only. With open, what was the name? JSON. My goodness. With open, what's the name of the file? File.json. I'm not writing anything in here. As file. I did not tell you to write file as read file. JSON. A is equal to JSON dot loads. Let's see what it does. I use this over here. Loads print A. Okay, this will give me an error that it needs a positional argument over here. So for positional argument, let's say I put in this and oh god, why is it so slow? My bad. I think I need to try it with load. Yes. So if I write down load, I need one argument, read file. So with the help of this, I'm reading whatever is there in my that file. And you can see it just printed over here in front of you. Okay. So similarly, there is also loads. You can go through what loads, how load works. So I can actually show it to you right away. So let's say I'm writing down a JSON. Okay, I'm just commenting down the previous codes so that it doesn't. Yep. Okay, let's use this. Let's use this. Student is already present over here. Now I'll just write down x is equal to JSON dot loads, and I'll write down student, and I'll try print x. Let's see if it gives any error or not, and what happens if we try doing this. So let's run it. Okay, so now JSON object must be a string, but this was a dictionary. That's the reason it's giving you this issue. But if I do one change over here, that is, I'll put this completely as a string. What? Okay. I don't find any error. Why do you show me errors? All right. And I run it again. This will show me JSON.loads. So this should be a string or else it won't work. Okay. So this was about loads, and dump and dumps. And this was all about JSON, how you can read the files, how you can write the files for JSON and all everything. Okay, so you can just try this out here and there, try to read from the file. So it's easy, just like dictionary. So give it a try, and let's meet in the next video where we would be talking about CSV files. So till then, have a good day. Hello. So we have learned about file handling, JSON, how to read data in JSON, so many things, right? So today let's learn something new, that is about Python modules. Okay. So a Python module can be defined as a Python program which contains Python codes, functions, classes, variables. In other word, you can say the whole code is there, already. Like, let's say if I talk about this one, do you see this? Loads definitely will have uh, something going around in the background, right? So everything, have a look. What did I do? I just clicked on control and clicked on this word, and it's now giving me the whole function, how it is working. And you see it? So this is the whole file where you can see some stuff about JSON. So this is how you can read the inside codes, what's going on inside loads. You can also check for dumps. So yes, coming back to Python modules, the import statements, like how do we load the module in our Python code, is basically by using the import statement or from import statement. Now, import statements can be like from JSON imports certain characters of that file, or maybe if just simply import JSON. Okay, there are many more things which you can do definitely. Okay, so you can, like, I can give you an example over here, that is from the name of the module. Let's say there is a math module. I'm not sure if you know. So let's say I have just imported the statistics over here, the statistics module. Over here, we can use the mean function. So let's say my data is equal to 3, 1, comma 2, comma 3, and comma 4, comma 5, comma 6. And let me just simply close the bracket. And let's say result result is equal to statistics dot mean of data, and let me just print result and run this file. Have a look, it says 3.5, so it is giving me the mean. So this is the module which I have imported. You can use any function of statistics over here. Seriously, it can be mode, it can be standard deviation, all the functions you can simply use. There are also many more modules like OS modules. You have math module, as I said. Random module is there. Okay, there is something which is known as random module. Actually, let me show that to you. So what I'll do for that, I'll just import the random. Okay, now random has many functions. Okay, so if I write let's say I want to randomly pick a number from a list. Let this be the list. Okay. So import random, print random dot choice, and in the choice let me pass the list. Okay, so I have passed the list in the okay, and let's try running it. It randomly chose 2. Now it randomly chose 4. Now it randomly chose 2 again, and again 2. I don't know why it has a love with number 2, but okay, do you see it's changing? And 2 again. Okay, so this is what our modules, different modules over here. You can also give the random range, of course. So over here, similarly, I have given it a range. You remember start, stop, and skip. So it will always give you the 300, whatever in the values of 0. I'll run again and show it to you. Have a look. So this was about the random module. Similarly, we have OS module as well. We'll talk about OS also. So I'll just give you a very brief idea about what OS module is. So the Python OS module provides the facility to establish interaction between user and operating system. So for that, what we do is simply import OS. Okay. So I'll write down IMPORTOS. That's it. And now I can use all the functions. So if I write down os.name, let's see what happens. What did it do? Any idea? NT. What's NT? What name did it give? I would like you to find it out. What is NT? Okay. The answer is NT and it's correct. All right, you can also create a new directory over here, definitely wherever you want. So let me just write down one thing over here, os.mkdir, that is make directory. And here I need the path. So I'll just simply write down folder. Okay, I'll just simply write down folder and I'll just run it. Have a look. It created a folder over here. Because I did not give any other path, so it will create it in the default path. Okay, now let's say where I am right now. Os dot get C current working directory. Okay, and I'll give this, and let me just simply why do I have an extra bracket over here? Yeah, cool. Let me just print this. Okay, I've already made this folder. So let's see what it does. First of all, it will give me the error because folder already exists. And so I'm commenting that, and there you go, it tells me where I am. Okay, so this is how you know. Now next, we can also do remove dir, like we have made the folder, right? So now let's also remove the directory, right? So os dot rmdir. Okay, and what was the name? Folder. Simple. I'll right click, run, have a look. It went away, vanished. Okay, so this is about OS, how you can control files again. You can rename the files, definitely. You can do all the operations which you do in your command prompt over here, of course. All right. So that's about this video. I told you about 3 different modules. One was about statistics, one was about random, and one is about OS. So these are the modules in Python. There are many, many, many modules in Python. JSON is a module. Whatever we import is a module. So try searching a few more stuff regarding this. So that's it for this video. Let's meet in the next video where we would learn many awesome things related to Python. Have a good day.
Hello, hope you're doing good. This is the new set of videos where you would be learning about generators, decorators, iterators, and few more new and good concepts. Not good, advanced concepts. All concepts are good concepts, definitely, in Python. So now, iterators are objects that can be iterated upon. So let's talk about Python iterators. Okay, so I'll just quickly refactor and rename it to iterators, iterators. Okay, cool. So now iterators are the objects that can be iterated upon. Like there is something which is known as underscore underscore iter underscore underscore. This is an iterator. Okay, actually, let me tell you that iterators are everywhere. Like we have before used it in we have used for loop, right? But it is actually hidden inside that. Okay, so now iterators in Python is simply an object that can be iterated upon, an object which will return the data one element at a time. Okay, so now iterating through an iterator, let's try doing that. Okay, so let me just create a list one and let me give it few values. Okay, and I guess one more. All right, so I've given it the values. Now what I want to iterate through iterator. So now I'll just do something. My iter, this is my iterator, and there is a function that is it, this iter. What do you want to iter on? You need to iter on list one. Okay, so if I do this, if I write this and print my iter, have a look what it gives. What did it say? List iter object at this place. It's giving you the memory, right? Now, if I write something like next iter, any idea what will this give? 1. If I run this again, nothing else, but let's try copy and pasting it, just being lazy, and running it again. So it gave me 1, 2. That means the second element. Now if I write this down again, then it's 1, 2, 6. Let's do it 2 more times and it should complete the list now. Now what if I do it once more? It's not there. Stop iteration. It just tells you in its way that there is no next thing to iterate on. This will give you error. Okay, and it will then stop iterating. Now, the same thing, like you can definitely do the same thing with the help of a for loop. As we know, for like I'm just putting this, we are just doing under the hood like this. For I in list 1, we are print I. This is what we are doing under the hood. If I talk, this is what we are doing under the hood. If we talk about this, okay, so that's what's happening. Okay, so this is about iterators. We can definitely build our custom iterators, but let's not go into that advanced level right now because we won't be needing it right away to work with. Okay, there is also a concept of infinite iterators. If you want to search more on it, definitely do give it a look. But I'll stay here, stop here for iterators. This is because you just need to know about the concept that what is the iterator or this function iter doing. Okay, so that's it for this video. Let's meet in the next one and let's learn about generators. Have a good day. Okay, so in this lesson, we would be learning about generators in Python. Welcome to the new lesson. So over here, we would be talking about generators. What are generators? Generators are basically kind of a function where we put in iterators. It is a function just like a normal function as we define. We need to generate a value so that we use yield keyword rather than a return, unlike the normal functions. Okay, so basically if I write something like let's say I write def gen, it's generator gen, okay, and I write yield 1, yield 5, yield 10. Definitely we can't return 3 statements in a statement, right? So let's just do something. Let's try to use a for loop or iterate through the yield statements of generator. Okay, so for I in the gen, what I'll do, print I, and just have a look what it does. Give you the values 1, 5, and 10. But if this would have been a return, like it would have been a normal function, then this wouldn't have been working for us, right? Like if I try to change this to return, nothing will be counted after this, okay? Because you can only have one return statement for one function. Let me show you one more thing how you can get through this. That is, let's say I'll take it in a is equal to gen. What I'll do, a is equal to gen, fine. I'll print the next of this gen. So how to do this? Definitely I'll use print a dot next. Next, so this is the function. Actually, next was there used before, so I guess this next will be done. Okay, so if I copy this and paste this here and try to run this now, 1 5. If I run this once again, like the third time, it'll give you the third one, that is the 10. And what if I try to again run it just like the previous one? It will give me a stop iteration error. So it is a little bit more what do you say, advanced version of iterators, where you can actually yield the values in a function and take it from a function with the help of the iterators, right? So this is what the difference between the generator function and the normal function. The generator function can contain more than one yield statements. It returns an object iterator, but it does not start execution immediately. Okay, and finally function terminates when that stop iteration error is automatically called, like when it is there. Like in the last one, definitely you can't, because there are only 3 yield statements, right? So that's the reason it stopped. So this is about generator, a very little. Just wanted to give you a little thing about this generator, that there is something known as generator present on this earth of Python. All right, you can definitely go and check it out more about this. All right, so one last thing which I can do over here is that I can just show you something with respect to generator. Is square of a number, maybe? Yeah, we can do the square of number with the help of this in the list. Okay, so I'm just putting enter, and let's take list 1. Okay, let's use next to find it out how we are doing it. Is equal to, let's take, oh, I had a list 1 right in iterators, so let me just grab it from here, copy, paste. Okay, I have this list. Now next what I'll do, I'll just write down a is equal to, I'm finding out the square of a number. So for finding out the square of a number, what do we need to do? I'll simply just write down list 1 multiplied by list 1 for x in list 1. My bad. It will be x. X into x for x in list 1. Okay, this is what I want to do. And if I run this as this next thingy, gosh, let's just run 1 and see. 1, and let's just remove these as well, and let's see. 1 4 36 81, right? Sounds cool, right? That you can also use this next to find out the next what you need to work with. All right, so this was all about generators from my end. I can definitely talk a lot about it, but for the timing, try to work with the basic concepts. These would definitely come when you would be working on some great softwares and everything, but your basics should be very well. Advanced concepts are also required, but it is only required when you are working on a big project. So that's it for this video. Let's meet in the next video where we'll be talking about decorators. Okay, so have a good day. Bye bye. So today we're going to learn about decorators in Python. Okay, so I'll just simply create a new file and write down decorators in Python or in Python. Anyways, refactor, reformat. Okay, cool. Now decorators in Python. This is a very interesting feature of Python. So now, what should you know? You should know that I'll just give you a very simple code. Let me just quickly write it down over here, and I have it already. So if I run this, what will happen? Print first message, first hello, second is equal to first, second hello. Now, is this possible to do it like this? I mean, what is second over here? Any idea? What is the second here? We did not create any function known as second yet. What is the second? Let's try running it. It gives 2 hello. What is the second? Second is equal to the first. That means it's the function. Again, you are just saying that this is also a function and this is also a function. Def first, if you are given it to the def first, that means now this is also a function. Second is also a function. Okay. So if I write down hello world, so and if I try to run this, it'll give you world because you're printing ultimately the message. So this is very interesting topic in Python. By the way, this is also known as meta programming because part of the program tries to modify another part of the program at compile time. Till now, you have heard that we can make integers and strings and different data types equal to a variable, but a variable is also equal to a function in this case, right? Yes. By the way, you can also do a lot of things with this. Okay, so there is nothing really much to tell you about this, but I would really love you to just give it a practice on this topic because you can literally do a lot over here. Okay, by the way, there is something known as at okay, at, like, let's say let me just write down few codes for you first. If I write down def hello and I write down message and not message, let me write down a function over here, func. Okay, and then if I write down def world. And then if I write down, let's say, okay, nothing inside this. And then if I write down print 5 into 5, and let's call punk and not give it anything. Okay, and let's just give at. Okay, let me just write this down. Okay, and let me just, for the time being, just comment these, and then I'll just do one more thing over here, that is FIRST first. I'll give the message as hi. Let's see what it does. First, hi, hello. This should not have given any. Okay, let me just add args and quags in it so that it might be, yeah, let me just add args and quags. World, hello world. World is not getting used, right? World is not getting used over here. Def, and you need to also return world. Okay, return world, and let's try to run it once again. Perfect, now it works. Now see what is happening over here. I forgot to return world over here. So what is this hello doing? And this is a decorator. What is happening mostly over here, like, wow, it's giving so many things over here. A function definition is executable statements. Its execution binds the function name in the current local namespace to a function object or a wrapper around the executable code for the function. This function object contains the reference to the current global namespace as the global namespace to be used when the function is called. Okay, by the way, we were talking about the decorators. So this is a decorator. Okay, this thing is basically executing this whole stuff, and when you're printing hi, like from first, this is working all together. So if I just remove this and try to run this, see, it will just print hi. It's just because of this at hello, the whole this thing is running. That means over here, like, it's just the interesting thing, you can just make a whole class run like this, okay, with this decorator from anywhere. This was just a function which you made it run. All right, so this is about decorator. Go search it out, try something yourself. This might seem a little confusing, but try it out yourself. You'll be surprised to see the power of decorator. So let's meet in the next video tutorial where we would be learning about name and main. Okay, that how are they working. So that's it for this video. Let's meet in the next one. Till then, have a good day. part of the course where we would be learning lots and lots of projects making in Python. So we will learn how to make calculator, how to make tic-tac-toe, how to make rock, paper, scissors, and there are many more things which we would be learning. So let's start with calculator today. So what do you think? Like, first of all, we should give a pause and then think about what exactly are the things you need to do when you're making a calculator. Okay. So first of all, what do we need? We definitely do need numbers, right? So I'll take I need to configure it first. So yeah, what is your problem? Okay, base interpreter is already given. I think it should work now. Okay, cool. So yes, what I was talking about, giving numbers, right? So we need two numbers. So let's name it num1. We'll take the input definitely. So for that, int, it's an integer which we need to take an input, right? So it will be int input. What do we need? Enter the first number. Okay. Now what do we need? Num2. Okay, let me just this should also be integer, right? Int input, enter the second number, right? Now what's the next thing we need? We need to do either plus, minus, subtraction, division. So let's do that. Let's take it in operator, and operator, this should be a string, right? So what I'll write down input. I'll directly write down now input, enter the operator you want to work with, and in that I'm also mentioning what are the options for you, that is plus, minus, multiplication, division, and double division as well. Let me add double division too. Okay, so now after this, what is the first thing you need to do? If the operator is equal to plus, then you need to add them, right? So that means print what is num1 plus num2, num1 plus num2. But let me make it a little bit more better. Okay, first let me code it out the whole and then I'll make it a little better. Then what do we have? We'll now use elif. We can't use else because we have so many things to cover, right? So else elif operator is equal to minus. Then what do we need to do? We need to subtract it. Num1 minus num2. Okay. Then elif operator is equal to, let's work with multiplication now. So print, we need to multiply them. Num1 multiply num2. Okay. Next is division. Elif operator is equal to division Then you need to print num1 divide num2, and then the last elif will be operator is equal to double division. Then what do you print? Num1 double divide num2. Now, last but not the least, if none of these things are there, let's say none of these things are there, I have given something very random, a word or something else, then what should it do? It should say it's a wrong operator. So else print it is a wrong operator or out of my reach. Okay, because yeah, if you give exponential or any other thing rather than this sine, cos, tan, we are not making a complex calculator right now. That's the reason I have written this over here. Okay, so now let's try and run it. So I run it, enter the first number 8, second number I'll write 6. And what do I want to do? I want to do double division. It gives me 1. But what if I had done division? Then what it would have given me? So again, I'm doing 8, 6, single division. So the main difference was that it simply just removed whatever was there after the decimal point, right? Okay, so this was very basic calculator, but now let's say if I run this and the person over here wrote, let's say A. Definitely it's not a number. What will it do then? It will give you an it will give you error, right? Have a look, value error. So we have learned about handling errors and stuff. Do you remember how to catch of this? I would like you to think a little definitely before you jump into the next part here. So there is something which is known as try and accept, right? So try, you need to try. And if there is any issue over here, you simply need to accept that. Accept what? Any error which you get, print there is some error. Okay, so let me just run this and let's write A. There is some error. Now, what was that error? If you remember, it was value error, right? So you can also catch value error. Okay, now how to catch value error? Any idea? Accept value error. And you need to give a number. You need to provide a number, comma, exception. Let's see what happens. I write a A. So you need to provide the number class exception. What is this? Okay, accept value error. Let me just remove this exception for once. Yes, see, I wanted to show you this. So what is it telling, that what is the error over here? You need to provide a number. Invalid literal for int with base 10. So this was what you were getting when you get a value error. Okay, this line is always you get when you uh, do a value error. I would like you to again remove this, try and check it out if this is the same, this is the thing or not. Okay, so I'm just giving here and writing down um, error. Okay, cool, perfect. Now it looks better, I guess. So I'll write down 6, I'll write down 2, and I'll give some it's wrong operator or out of my reach. So this thing is also working. And the other thing, which was if I write down any number thing, you need to provide a number, error, invalid literal for integer with, so this is your J, this is your error that you're getting. Okay. So now there's one more thing which you can do over here, that is zero division error. So that, what do I mean by that is that I'll run this now. Okay. If I run this and the first number is 0 and the second number is 6, and if I give a division sign over here, it's giving me 0 0.0. Now let's do the other way around. The first number is 6, the second number is 0, and I'm dividing them. See, you need to provide a number, error, division by 0. But I have already provided a number. That means these are two different errors, you see. So they both can't come in the same place. So let's write down something different. First of all, this is the error you need to provide. I'm putting this as value error, okay? Value error. And let me remove this. If there will be any more error, it will definitely catch it later. But value error means you need to provide a number, and there is also you can take many more excepts over here. So now what I'm taking zero division error. That means you can't have 0 in the denominator. Okay. You need to now print you cannot have 0 in the denominator. Okay, so now you're catching two different errors. But let's say if by any chance you get some very different error, so let's catch that also, except just let it be there so that your program won't give you error or won't crash. Okay, so except what was it again? Exception as E. E is just a variable so that I can just write down what it was. I'll print it. Error is, what was the error? It's E. Okay, this is how I'm just printing it. So this works well and good. So this is how you can make a calculator. Okay, now you can definitely do few more things over here. Now let's say you can run this code 10 times and ask whether like if you want to exit from the calculator or not. I'll really like you to try this out because this is something which is easy to do. All right, so this is cal. Okay, project 1, and it is Cal, C-U-L-A-T-O-R, calculator. Okay, perfect. So that's it about this video. Let's meet in the next video and let's make a rock, paper and scissors game, if you remember, and we will play it with the computer. All right, so have a good day. Bye. Hey, welcome back. So today, yeah, the previous day we have done calculator. So today let's work with rock, paper and scissors. So this will be our second project which we will be working on. So let me quickly make a new file, and this is project 2 and the name is rock, paper, scissors. Okay, now for the people who do not know how to play rock, paper and scissor, I would like to just give you a very little background about it. Okay, so rock is the rock which you already know. Paper is any paper which you write on, and scissors are something you cut from. Okay, so now if you now there would be 2 players or 3 players. It completely depends how many players they are, but the thing is that you need to choose out of 3 and all should be done together, right? Like let's say I'm choosing something and you are choosing something, and we do not know what we would be choosing. It will be completely random. Okay, so let's say I choose rock and you chose scissor, or let's say no, let's make you one. Let's say you chose paper. Okay, if I choose rock, you choose paper, what can be done? Rock can be covered by paper. That means rock cannot really do anything to paper, so paper wins. Now if I choose scissor and you choose rock, that means you can literally smash me, right? So rock can smash the scissor, and scissor, if I choose scissor and you choose paper, that means scissors can cut the paper, so I again lose. Okay, so this is what the game is all about. Okay, so this is the hand game. And now let's make this, and we will play this with the computer. Okay, that means computer will choose something which you do not know, and what you'll choose that computer won't know. And finally when you get the results, you'll see who wins. Okay, so now definitely there is a module over here which is known as random, which we will be using. Import random. Okay, so we have imported random. Now definitely what do we need to do? We need to tell the user to choose something, right? So for and also with that you need that computer should also choose something. So let's do something. Let's write down user choice, and let's take an input over here, input input. Enter your your your. Why do I see it so? Oh, let me just make it a little big. Yeah, let me close this. Yeah, enter your choice. Enter your choice, and the choice in which you need to do is rock, paper, or SORS scissors. Okay, so you need to choose among these. Now let's talk about what to do with computer. So definitely computer also has only these three options. So let's note it down. In options, okay, so these are the possible options. Again, same thing, rock, paper, and scissor. Let me make them in a list. Rock, paper, scissors. Okay, same thing, same spelling. Don't make any spelling error over here. I know you won't. I used to do that. So that's why I'm telling you, just do not make any spelling errors, or else it will be little chaotic. All right. So now what's the next thing? We need to ask even the computer to give its choice, right? So computer choice. Okay. So this is the computer choice, which should be completely random. So random dot choice. So this is a function which you can use. And what do we need to choose from? You need to choose from options. These are the three options. You have complete freedom to choose either of these three. That's what this statement or random dot choice tells you. All right. Now, next, you need to tell that what did you choose and what did the computer choose. Okay. So I'll write down print you you chose user choice and computer chose computer choice. Okay, I missed out a comma. Yes, and here. Okay, so now this is at least working. Let's just try it out. Let's run. I can write down rock. You chose rock and computer chose scissor. That means computer has chosen scissor. I can again write this down, like I can run. Actually, you can input anything you want over here. It will work. You chose KS and computer chose rock. Do you see computer choosing is always different? That's completely random. Definitely you need to deal with this. But we will do that later. So let's start with first making the game, then we will come to the later part. Let me close this as well. Okay, yes. So now if we both choose the same thing, user choice is equal to computer choice, then what happens? It's a draw, right? So simply you can print you both chose the same, and I'll write down. Definitely you can mention or not mention, but you are already seeing it over here. So that is the reason I'm not writing it down. You both chose the same. So it is a tie. Okay. Now, next again comes LF. LF. Now let's say if I, that is the user chooses, let's say I'll start with rock. Okay. Okay, so this is something which I do not need here. Yes, if user choice is rock, then what should happen? Definitely, you should print something. And what is it? But you don't know what the second one is, right? So you can't compare. So first you need to compare, right? So correct catch if you did catch. Okay, there should be a nested if now. If the computer choice is equal to scissor, if it is scissor, then what should happen? Who should win? Who should win? I'm the rock, you're the scissor. That means user wins, right? So I'll simply write down print rock rock destroyed destroyed the scissors. You win. Okay, you win. And what's the next thing? If by any chance it was a paper, that means else. There is only one condition left because there are three. Now only one condition left is that you are paper, right? The computer chooses paper. So else print paper covers the rock, you lose. Okay, so now similarly, this was one, right? This was one case. Now still we have two more cases to cover in elif. Now let's say if the user choice is equal to the rock done. Let's go with paper. Now what should happen? If it is paper, think. There are again two conditions similar to the previous one. If user choice is equal to, if talking about paper, one is rock, another one is scissor. So let's write down scissors again. Okay, and this should not be user choice, this should be computer choice. My bad. Computer choice is scissor again. So now then I'll print U SCISSOR scissors cuts the paper in pieces. You lose. Else the rock, that means if the computer choice is rock, so simply you can print what happens. Paper covers the rock. So over here it will be you win, right? Last, one more elif is required because one more is left, that is rock, paper and the scissor. So if user choice is equal to scissor, then again two condition. If computer choice is equal to paper, then what should you do? Scissor cuts papers, right? So you should simply print SCISSORS, scissor cuts paper. So who wins? You win. You win. And last but not the least, this one will also have the else. So I'll write down else. Print. Scissor now goes with rock. That means now rock destroys the scissor. And you lose. Rock destroys the scissor. You lose. And I'll close this. And last thing which you should remember, let's say if you do not write anything from rock, paper or scissor, definitely that means it's not of the write it, like you need to say something like write it correctly or be proficient when you are writing, anything you want, you can just simply write it down, right? So let's say I'll write else print watch your typing. Watch your typing. Let's see if it works. Let's run it and enter your, I'm writing just gibberish. Watch your typing because it was gibberish, but computer chooses paper. Okay, so now let's actually work with this. So enter your choice. I'll enter paper. You choose paper. Computer chooses rock. So paper covers the rock and you win. Let me run it once again to show you that this is completely random. Let me write down SCISSORS. And here you go. You choose scissor and computer chose paper and scissors cuts paper. So you win. And let's also try rock. Let's see if I by any chance lose it. So rock destroys the scissor and I again win. Okay, nice. So this is how we can play rock, paper, scissor. Okay, so what I would suggest you to do over here, that is to make it much more interactive if you can. So this will be your homework for this project. All right, so that's it for this video. In the next video, we will learn something new. Some new projects would be done with together. Okay, so let's meet in the next video. Till then, have fun coding. Bye. Hey, welcome back. And today we're going to do our third project. It is easy. It's guessing the number game, but we will make it much more interactive with the user. Okay, so now let's first talk about guessing the number. What is the main thing which is required over here? What do you think? Yes, it is again the same, that is random module. Because if someone is asking you to guess a number, it's like if I tell you guess a number from 10 to 20, it'd be like, bro, it can be anything, right? So I'll say just guess a number. Let's say you guess 15. What will I do? I'll say whatever number is in my mind, it's lesser than that. So I'll say guess a higher number. So let's say now you guessed 18. And that number which I was thinking of is lesser than that. So I'll say guess a lower number. So you will guess another number again, and let's say if you guess 16 and you match, that means I thought of 16 and now you guessed 16. So that means now you guessed it right? So if you have guessed it right, that means how many chances did you take to guess the number? It was 3, right? So I'll write down that you guessed the number in 3 chances. And let's say I can also give you like only, let's say you get only 5 guesses. You need to guess it in 5 times. You can't take it more than 5. So if it is not like, if you couldn't get the number after 5 turns, I'll just say no problem. The number I was thinking was whatever the number it will be. Okay, so this will be our next project. So I'll write down project 3 guessing the number. All right, let me just make it a little big. Okay, so first of all, let's actually do something. Let's import random. Import random. Now let's take record record number of guesses. Okay, let's record the number of guesses as 0 first of all, because we will now add on to it. So let me say a hello. Let me be a little generous to you. So print hello. What's your name? So now you can simply take an input over here. Take an input over here. So it's, let's take name. Enter your name here. Now I'll just simply be good and polite and tell you yes. So let's take numbers as one of our variable where we will be actually storing the number, or you can just remove one s over here. Now it is random dot rand int. Okay, over here you can take 2 numbers. Let's say I told you from 10 to not 20, let's do it 30. Okay, so that means it will give you a number from this range, that is 10 to 30, any number from this. Okay, so now let me print here what's your name? Where have you stored the name? In name, right? I was thinking of a number from 10 to 30. Could you give it a guess? So now it says hi, whatever you give your name as to be, like hi Simran. I was thinking of a number from 10 to 30. Could you give it a guess? So now I told you you only get 5 guesses, right? So if you only get 5 guesses, that means if the guess taken, if record the number of guesses is you can take it less than 6, that is also 5, right? So is nahi. Let's take a while loop. While this is the case, you need to do the thing. Let's take it. Guess is equal to, of course this should be int input, okay? Int input. Now what should be next? Enter your guess here. Okay, now whatever the guess is entered, now you need to compare it, right? So if, okay, we also need to increase the number of record which we are making. So let's first do that. So now my record of number of guesses is equal to record of number of guesses plus 1. We are increasing it, right? I guessed it the first time, so plus 1. 0 plus 1. Again, it was 1 previously, then the next turn will be plus 1 again, that is 2, the second turn. So that's how it's going, right? So now if the guess you made is lesser than the number which I have thought of, then print is lesser than the number which I thought of, then you should say guess a higher number. Guess a HIGHER, higher number. Guess a higher number. Elif, guess is greater than the number which I have chosen, then definitely you need to print guess a smaller number. Okay. So let me add one more thing over here. Okay, let's add that later. If done, elif done. One more thing is left, that is ELIF, elif. One more elif. Guess is equal to the number. Then what happens? Simply, you have guessed the number, right? So simply you can break this. Okay, simply you can break this, and you can say or we can do this a little later. Okay, so elif, you're breaking it. Now let's do this again. If the guess is equal to number, then what to do? You have successfully guessed it, right? So print lovely. What is your problem? Okay. Let's actually, why to do this twice? Tab. Lovely. You guessed it. Lovely. You guessed it right. And with that, you took, you can give a comma here. This many guesses. And what if it is not? What if it is not the case? That means if you simply get so many numbers, but still you do not get the number what you thought of, then what to do? Any idea? If it is not equal to the number, then what should happen after you cross the number of guesses? Let's just try this out and then run. Of course, enter your name here, sim, enter your guess here. I'll enter 20. Guess a smaller number. Okay, I'll guess 15. Oh, I took too much. But still it's asking for me for the guesses, right? So that means I need to break as and when this is done, right? Break. That's it. After that, nothing should happen. So let me run it again. Let me write down 20 again. Here. Oh, my bad. 20, guess a higher number, 25, guess a smaller number, 23, guess a smaller number again, 21. Lovely, you guessed it right. You took 4 guesses. Now it won't ask me for any more. But what if this doesn't happen? Like if it is, it's breaking right now, but there should be, I guess, else too. Should it be there? Let's try. Print inside else. So let's try to guess something very guess a higher number, and it stopped. It's saying guess the higher number, guess the higher number, guess the higher number, right? That means we need something over here, or else it will always say guess the higher number, and it definitely did stop after um this. But what's happening? It's just telling you how many okay. I can add one more thing over here, that is, this is the number of guests you are doing, this is the number of guests you are doing, but it won't ever come inside else because we are just dealing with numbers, right? That means we need to now come out, like after break we need to come out of it, and if the guess is not equal to the number, we should do something, right? So how would you work with this? I would really like you to try this out once and then think of what can be done. Okay. You need to put in the guess definitely over here so that you keep on guessing. This can't be outside the loop, of course. What if the guess is not equal to the number after the number of records 2? And even there is one more thing. What if you give a word instead of a number? It will give you again an error, right? So if you give again an error, you can just work with that error handling thing, right? So error handling thing, I again want you to do it yourself, because definitely doing it again and again won't help me, it will help you rather, right? I have been practicing since long. So I would like you to do these two things. How will you solve it out? And do comment me down below, because these two are very easy, which you need to do. It's just the next part. If the guess which you have given exceeds the limit and they are not the same. Okay, try it out. If you can't, we will definitely do it together. Now, welcome back. So today we are going to learn about our fourth project. That would be dice simulator. Okay, so we'll actually make the dice simulator. All right, so let me just go quickly and create a Python file, new Python file. What is a dice simulator, by the way? You roll the dice when you play Ludo or Snake and Ladders, if you remember. That's the dice simulator. So it's our project 4. All right. So how do you think should we start with? Again, no doubt, since it is whenever you roll the dice, you get a random number from 1 to 6, right? So exactly over here as well, import random, no doubt, right? Now let's say we will ask for definitely we'll ask whether you wanna roll the dice or not. You can just write down Y or N, and then it can be done simply. Okay, so let's take IN roll or not. Okay, roll or not. Input. Do you want to roll the dice? I'll give Y or N. Question. Now I'll also give a space here to make it look clean. So now let's use while loop again. While roll or not is equal to Y, then number is equal to random dot random. We'll write this down, and then we will just from 1 to 6, right? Because these are two things which we do. Definitely we don't need these many brackets, so I'm just taking off one. Now my goodness. Okay, so now if the number is equal to 1, then you can simply print 1. Or you can do something a little crazy, that is print. Let's take this. Let's take this, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. All right. Let's print. Okay. And if it is a 1, that means there should be a dot here, right? So you can simply just give a dot here. If the number is 1, this should be printed. Now, if the number is 2, if the number is equal to 2, that's what it gets. Then how does it look like? It definitely doesn't look like this. Now you need to take off from here and 1 off from here. And there you go for 2. Then I already have this. So definitely this will not be if, now it will be elif. Again, another elif. Now the number, if it is 3, then how does 3 look like? 3 looks like somewhat this, right? 0 taken off and 0 over here. Then again, an LF will give me 4. So LF. Now definitely I need to take off F from here, from here, from here. Well, this looks like 5, so I'll just copy this so that I don't have to make it for 5. So now I can just delete this quickly, and LF for 6. Sorry, this is 5. And for 6, what do we need to do? Pasting it again, a 0 over here, and a 0 over here. So this is how 6 looks like, right? Now this will be changing to 6. All right, so we have made this simulator over here. This will actually look like as if you rolled a dice and you are now again rolling it. Okay, so now the next thing, run. You want to roll the dice? Yes, I'll write down a. It's going on and on and on, right? That means we need to stop this somewhere. Like, it's just going on and on. So first let me stop it. It is because it has gone into an infinite loop since I wrote yes over here. Okay, so now how to stop this thing? Okay, how do you stop this thing? So simply you need to again take in the input. Again, you need to stop for asking the same, that is roll or not. Okay, so I'll just do this. So you're asking the question again, right? And this should not be in here, it should be here. All right. So if it is yes, definitely, let me just print, giving it a little bit of space so that it looks good. So I'm running it now again. Do you want to run it? Yes. 6. Do you want to run it again? Yes. 1. Again? Yes. No. Stops. Do you want to run it again? No. No, you can just do something. You can simply just go out. Print. So basically now, no. Bye-bye. Have a good day. Simple, right? But if this would have been yes, now it won't print till I write a no. You see it? Okay, cool. So this was about this our fourth project, our dice simulator. So let's meet in the next project and let's work with the currency converter. All right. Have a great day. Bye. Now, welcome back again for the fifth project, which we would be doing right now, which will be just simple calculating mean, median, and mode using Python. All right. So, definitely, how do you like? First, let's talk about how do we create, calculate mean, median, and then mode. Okay. So, let me create a new file. Project 5, mean, median, mode. Okay, so this is the fifth project of mean, median, and mode. So first, let's talk about mean. Okay, now what we'll do over here, let me just make it a little big. Yeah, cool. So now let's take a list and then name it list 1. What? Let's take few numbers. Few numbers could be 12. Just took few numbers. I guess there are too many sixes in the middle. So let me just remove few. All right. So I just took randomly few numbers. Now let's calculate the mean. For calculating the mean, what do we need to do? Simply, we need to sum it up all. That means there is a function which is known as sum. Okay. So I'll just write down sum list 1 and then divide it by len of list 1. Okay, and now let's just simply print mean and let's try it out if it works. See, it gives you the value. So this is how you calculate mean. Now let's talk about median. Okay, so how do you calculate median? Definitely we can use the formula for it, which we have learned. So for calculating, I'll keep the list same, but now let's sort the list. Okay, for this list 1 dot, you remember how to sort it? Simply just use sort function, which you can definitely do. And now if the length of list 1 is by 2, 0, then you can follow something that is m1 is equal to list 1 len of list 1 double divide 2, and the other one would be minus 1 definitely. So this is the first part, this is the second part, and I'll just do a minus 1 over here, and this can't be m1 definitely, this will be m2. So now the median will be median is equal to m1 plus m2 divide by 2. Else, if this is the case now, else what to do? Simply just median is equal to, I'm just following the formula. Okay, if you know the formula, it's well and good. Else you can just go and check out once mathematics about this, how to calculate the median of a list of numbers. Len of list 1 double divide 2. Okay, now simply print median. Uh-oh. Okay, now let me just quickly run it. This is the median. Now let me just write down one more thing over here. This is median. And this was mean. Mean में नहीं, mean MEAN. Okay, this was mean median. Now if I talk about mode, I'm not sure, like mode is most of the frequency occurring value from the same, from like among all the values. So simply let's keep the same list. Again, list 1, we'll be using list 1. Just simply let me write down mode. We are calculating mode over here. So first of all, FREQ, frequency, I'll take it as a dictionary, empty dictionary. So FREQ, frequency, this is frequency of empty dictionary. For I in let's say list 1, freq dot set default I to 0. This is what we do. And frick the ith item, when we are incrementing it now, plus equal to 1. Okay, now what to do? We got the frequency over here. Now let's take another variable, frequent, max freq values, and then just for I comma j in no freq dot items. Oh, what was the name? Yeah, cool, items. I'll just simply, if j is equal to frequent mode is equal to I, and simply I can now print mode. So this is how we work with mode. This should be here. Okay. Why do you say it's not available? Oh yeah, it is available. There is 8. So I'll write down simply mode, comma, not modem, it will be mode, of course. Now it's fine. Now I run it, mean median mode. So this is the project about mean median mode. This is just for a mathematical touch, how you can do some mathematical formulas. Definitely do search them out. If you have any questions, you can definitely ask in the comment section below. Thank you. And in the next one, let's talk about the age calculator, how to calculate someone's age with the help of the Python program. Have a good day. Hey, yeah. So the last day we did a project where we were calculating mean, median, and mode. And today we will be working on a new project where we would be calculating the age. So project 6. And this is age calculation. Okay, age calculation. All right, so now let's simply make it a little big. All right, so today here, first of all, what do we need? Let's make a, for age calculating, there are two things you need, right? You need the date of birth as well as today's date, right? That means, let's say I'm born on some day, I need to calculate my age. Let's say I'm born in 1990. Let's say I'm born in 1990, and I was born on 1st January 1990. So what do I need? I need to now get to know my age. So definitely I need to subtract it from the current day's current day, right? So let's do something. Let's create um, a function to do the same. Okay, so for creating a function, I'll write down, let's say, def calculate age, and the first thing you should have year, month, and day. These are the three things you need, right? Now next, what do we need to do? There is something which is really important over here. We need to import date time. Okay, this is the module which will help to get you the day to day. What is the today's date? If you want, you can use the date time module over here. So now let's write down today is equal to date time dot now. Let's come out dot, I want the date. So this is how we get the date. Now let's say, now date of birth. Okay, date of birth is equal to date time dot date. What is it? Year, month, and date, right? These are the three things which I need for the date of birth. So now let's take age as the variable to get in the age. So what I'll do, definitely we need it in numbers. So not input, in brackets, today's, like today minus date of birth, right? So today minus date of birth, right? So date of birth, let me just put this whole thing in the bracket, and let's come in here. Yes, now dot days divided by 365.25, and you need to print the age. And now if I give calculate age and I write down, let's say 1999, five, 9, and let's run it. 23. Let's try one more thing. 2000. Then you need the month. Then you need the date. And let's try it out. 22. If you try 1 also, it works. 22, right? What if I give 2022? What is today's date? Today's date is 29th May, right? Let's write down something in future. Let's see what happens. It gives 0. That means you're definitely not yet born. Alright, cool. So you can definitely add this exception that you can't add a day after today, right? So definitely try it out once if you can. And not if you can, you should definitely try it out and comment down in the comments below. Let's meet you in the next project. Till then, have fun with Python. Yeah, welcome back. Today we will be learning how to print a calendar using Python. So let's quickly create a new project, and I'll just write down project 6. Oh, 6 is already done. 7 calendar, calendar, calendar. So it's way simple, way easier. Nothing, just 2 lines of code and you would be done. Okay, so this is actually a built-in module already. So I'll import calendar. Okay, and what I'll do, I'll print calendar dot. See, there are so many things. Definitely let's print month and check it out just. So it's 2021, or maybe let's take 2022 and let's print 6th month of it. Okay, let's run this. See, so we have June 2022 and it works well. Let me just tally it from our own. Yes, so we are starting our week on Wednesday. Okay, perfect, great. So now let's just check for 7 if it works cool. Okay, so it works well here as well. Perfect. Okay, now let me show you something. Have a look. What do you see over here? So many lines of codes. What are these? So I have just opened this module over here, calendar.month. I just pressed control and then clicked on the word month over here. So now you have got all the code which has been written in the module calendar. See calendar.py. So this module which you have imported over here is here. Now we are using a whole file, like we are just importing this calendar and it's just getting used. See how long the code is. Let's try to read it a little. First of all, it's catching the error. It's creating class we have learned in object oriented programming. Then it has also the whole like see 0, 31. So it's actually, I guess, because it starts from 1, right? So if you write down 0, there is nothing known as 0th month. So that is the reason. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It is 28 for this one. Definitely there would be something if for February leap year as well. So see, I guess this is something leap days. See, leap days, to calculate leap days, weekdays, month range, next month. So it's just, now we have class calendar where we are talking about calendars. Now that is what we have imported, right? Now what if, okay, let's find out something. Year date calendar, everything. See, if you see over here, This is also written over here, that why is this function have been created. This is the doc string which you say. That means if you see, if you just keep your hand on this function, it will tell you why, what this function exactly does. Okay, so this is how you read codes. And if you are not sure about what to pass over here, where was it? Yeah, this one, date. See, it was fetching the documentation. It just said fetching documentation when I kept, and then what all can you pass? You need to pass year, you need to pass month, you need to pass day. Okay, so these are the argument which is required. These three are the arguments which is required. And over here in documentation also it is given. It will take you to the date time documentation on Google Chrome if you right click on that link. Okay, so just see, weekday format, everything is over here, like whatever is required. Even this calendar returns complete HTML pages. That means you can also form, like use this with HTML pages. I'm not sure, I haven't ever done that, but there is something related to that. That's what I wanted to tell you. So just go through these codes. Just not this, you can just go through anyone. Like let's say if I talk about this stuff, um where is that random thingy? Yeah, this rand int. See, it has something over here. You can just simply click control and click, and you'll get into that. See, random.py. This is the name of the module which we have imported, right? What did we import? We imported random, import random, and we used the functions over here. Random is also, see, using so many things inside. It's using so many things from math. From math it's using square root, from log. From maths it is again using log. From OS it is using something. There are so many things it's using. And then you have all the functions that you can use. Like everything is written over here. You can find out everything. So this is how you should read codes. It's good to read codes so that you'll get a good understanding of whatever is going on in it. Okay, so it was just a little bit. I needed to tell you how to look into different codes of the modules. So just have a look, give it a look. Any module you import, any function you try to work with, just try to utilize whatever you are getting to, so that you can be much more uh, awesome than before. Okay, so that's it for this video. Let's meet in the next video where we would be generating a random password. That means we will create a random password generator. So have a great day. Bye bye. Hey y'all, we're back again, and today we would be learning how to um, make a random password generator. Okay, so there are two things which we would be. Okay, what is a password? Password, we need password basically to protect our account, right? And it is something which is just known to me, so that no one can get inside my account. Simply, the easiest example which is in front of me, that is Facebook. Facebook, if you use Facebook, definitely you're not going to just sign in like this. I mean, if just give your number and then you are signed in, that's everyone can then sign in your account, right? But we need a password that is just known to you. And definitely, if you just write down 1 2 3 4 5 6 or your name, that's easy to guess, right? So to avoid that, let's make a password random password generator. For that, we will be using two modules, specially two modules. The first one would be random module, and the second one would be the module which is named as string, which we have already done before. Okay, so let's just quickly start making this check 7 project 8. Okay, project 8, and this is random password generator. Project 8 random. Okay, so now we have a new project over here. You can just exit out. I was just working with all of them, so I kept it open. And cool. So now, first of all, what did I tell you? We need to import. We need to import random, and we need to import string. Okay, now next we need to give the length also. Now there are some websites which needs only 6, minimum 6. There are some website which needs minimum 8 length password. So let's just first give length, that what is the length you want. Length of password. Okay, this should not be plus, definitely. I was writing underscore over here. So length of password is equal to int input, enter the length of the password you want to generate. Okay, let me just give an introductory line. Print hello, let's create a strong password for you. Okay, length of the password is this. Now next is, let's say I talk about, we need, what are the 4 things we need. We need lower keys, we need upper keys, we need numbers, and we need symbols, right? These are the 4 things which is required. The lower, that means small a, small b. Upper means capital A, capital B. Number, definitely all the digits, and symbols as well, right? So let me just take all of them. Lower letters is equal to string, string dot a ASCII. See, there is uppercase and lowercase, so I'll take lowercase since I was working with lowercase. Upper underscore letters is equal to string dot ASCII uppercase. Okay, now I told you we'll take number as well, right? So for that it will be string dot digits. Okay, and last but not the least, I told you symbols, right? So for symbols we will take it as string dot punctuations. Okay, now the data, that means what all we have over here. So I'll take lower letters plus upper letters plus number plus symbols. Let's print it also. Print the data. Wow, lovely. Print the data, and then I'll write down, let's take choose equal. Now have a look. What random will do, random dot sample. Now see, population, k, and counts. These are the three things which is required. Let's see. I'll just take the data, comma, and the length. Okay, length of the passwords. These are the two things which I'm taking. One is definitely optional. Let me show this to you once. So if I go to sample, have a look. Control F, Control V. So here you go. Let's search. Sample is a function. So what does def sample does? Def sample, what does it takes in first? It is self, population, and k. Now k is the unique random elements from population sequence or set. What is the population? Population is basically what are the things you want to choose it from. Okay, that is what the population over here means. That means it can be any range, the whole range, and the whole range over here right now is present in the data. Okay, so now this, I hope you understood this, right? So if you haven't, just go to random.py yourself and read this whole once. If you still don't understand, then feel free to comment down below. I'll try to explain it to you in words much more in a in much more simpler way, just to make it look better. All right, so now next line. We need to now join whatever it has chosen, right? So that will be our password. Password is equal to, we'll join it. I'm sure you remember how to join stuff. Join, what do we need to join? We need to join choose. I guess chosen would be a better word, but that's okay. Print password. Let's right click. Oh, create CR. EATE. Okay, cool. Right click, run. Hello, let's create a strong password. Enter the length of the password you want to generate. Let's say I want to generate 10. So this is what my password looks like. And this is C, small a, capital. Now then you have numbers, then you have the punctuations all present over here. So that's why I wrote print data, so that I can show you. Okay, so now let me just run once again, and if I write down over here, if I write down 6 over here, it'll give me this more of a look like a drawing or a design. Yeah, you have a small O over here. So it's basically having, this is completely random, right? All right, so now let's go to our work with our next and the last big project. And the name of the project is tic-tac-toe. So it will be the classic tic-tac-toe. Just like the dice roller simulator we made it, we will make something else like that itself. It will look cool, definitely. So let's meet on the next video where we would be learning about tic-tac-toe. Till then, have a good day and happy learning Python. Okay, so finally, our final project, that is tic-tac-toe. So, project 8, and that is tic-tac-toe. So today we will be learning how to make the game tic-tac-toe. It will be somewhat like dice simulator. I mean, looks I'm talking. Okay, so let's work with this. So I hope you have enjoyed the previous projects which we made together, and I need to, I guess, rename because this is project 9. Yes. All right. So this will be a very classic tic-tac-toe which we will be making. Okay. So it will be a two-player tic-tac-toe game, like in which we can uh like I will write down something and you will write down something, and it will go on and on and on. What is something? It's X or O's, but instead of X or O's, you will be writing down and which place you wanna um work with. If the whole board fills up and no one wins, definitely we will have to say a tie. And if uh, X or O get a pattern where they will actually win, would be something to talk about. That means either X wins or Y or O wins. So let me just quickly, yes, now, there you go. And what is this I'm creating on your screen? So if you see the number keypad, I'm not sure if you're having a laptop with a number keypad or not. That's the reason I'm drawing this over here so that it will be easier for you to follow. Now, what we will follow is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. What are these now? That means this is the places. What do we do while playing tic-tac-toe? We make this, we do this, this, whichever places, right? Of course, and then I do this, so this. It wins, right? And what is the minimum number of steps you need to take to take a person win? That is X. Minimum is 5 steps. That means at least 2 steps taken by X and 3 steps taken by O. Then only a person can win. That means all total 5 steps, then only a person can win. Now, let me just clear out everything once, and let me just tell you a little about this number pattern again, what I was talking about. So let's say this is our grid, okay, where we are playing the tic-tac-toe thingy. For this, I am taking this one, this grid to be 1. Let me just take out my spotlight as well. I'm taking this grid as 2, this grid as 3, this grid as 4, 5, 6. That means if you write down 6, it will fill up this position. If any player write down 7, it will fill up this position. If you write 8 or 9, it will go in respectively over there. Now, this is fine. We understood this. So definitely we'll be making something like this, okay, initially. But then after this, what do we need? We need to check whether it actually worked or not, right? I mean, whether X wins or O wins, right? So now let's do something. Let's find out what are the different patterns where a person can win. So give it a pause, think about it, that what are the different patterns where a person can win, and do comment down below. So now let's start counting. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Last but not the least, it's from this side, diagonal wise, 7 and 8. So there we have 8 possible winning positions or patterns, which is there to work with this tic-tac-toe win, for anyone to win rather. Okay, so let's first do something. Let's first print the board, and then one by one we will work with all the patterns. All right, so first of all, we will make a dictionary. Okay, why do we need a dictionary? So let's first actually code the board to store the data. That means in which one we are storing which, so that you don't forget, right? Now let's take the board. Okay, the board. Now I'll take a dictionary over here. Now in dictionary we need all the pairs, right? I just told you about it. 7. First of all, everything needs to be blank. Then we will be filling up stuff over there, right? So then we have 8. Then we have 9. I'm just going by the keypad right now, okay? And giving spaces definitely is required. And putting it in the next line, giving a comma over here because it is required. And being a little lazy and putting it in the next line by copy and pasting it. I'll just do one thing. I'll just take hold of this and put few tabs, and it will be like, all right. Okay, I guess we don't really need this much tabs, but it's okay. I'll remove this, delete this. Yes. So what's the next thing which we need to do? Let me delete everything which is after this. Now we need to change this 7, 8, and 9. What do we need to change 7, 8, and 9 to? 4, 5, and 6. 3, 2, and 1. Okay, now it looks better. After this, so you have all the spaces. Now we will make the board. I mean, how the board should look like. So let's def make board. Okay, and then what we will do, we will pass board. Okay, print. We'll print now. What do we need to print? The okay, so print board 7 plus, okay, this needs to be precise when you're writing so that you do not make mistake. You needed a plus sign over here. Okay, I'm just being a little lazy. You can also be over here definitely because you want to keep it a little better in looks, hopefully. So 7, similarly over here also 8 and 9. Exactly, we will be following the above one or the keyboard keypad rule over here, and this is 9. This is the first thing which I'm printing. Then I'll print. It should look like as if it is board, right? So for that I am plus dash plus what dash plus dash plus. dash. Yes, now it will look like it, definitely. All right, and this I need to print, so definitely what I'll do, I'll put them in quotes so that it doesn't give me error. Now being little lazy again. So definitely we will not leave it like this. It's 4, 5, and 6 over here. Then this is 3, this is 2, and this is 1. Okay, now let's try this much first. Let's first try this much. Okay, so sorry, I'm just calling now. Make board, and I'll pass the board over here, and let's see what it does. Let's run. Right, so now this is something which is sick. Sorry, I needed to give a quote. Yes, now it's fine. Now run it. So this is what you get. Definitely we do not need this, so I'm just removing it, and this is somewhat it looks like it, but I guess we should give a little bit more space to it. What do you think? Yes, we need a little bit more space to make it look better. So I guess I'll give one more. All right, let's try. No, I guess spaces would be much better if I give spaces. What do you think? I'll give a space here and here. We are just actually doing a little bit of trial and error. You can say that, definitely. So actually, let's use multiple cursors again, like previously we did. And one more. Not there. I'll click here again, click back. Give a space one side here, one side here. And let's try to run it again. Okay, so run. This looks best. Okay, cool. So we have made the board now. So now let me just erase this because right now we do not need to print the board. So now let's continue. Okay, so now what do we need? The next thing is now we need to actually work with the main function, like the whole game, right? So the first thing we will check that from the input of the player, that whether you need to move or not. I mean, is everything empty or not? If you need to start the game or not. That's what the next thing which we need to do. Okay, so now let's do one thing. Let's work with the keys. Okay, board board key, and that will be a list, definitely. Okay, and now what to do with this? I'm just putting this below over here. Okay, yes. Now well, we have made the dictionary already. Now let's make the board keys after that. Then we will iterate over the board keys. Okay, for I in, or maybe for key, we are working with the key, right? Key in board key, or maybe in the board, in the board, board key dot append key. Let's append that. Okay, now we will have to print and update the board after actually every move in the game, and thus we'll make a function which we will define it as print the board. So it will be actually easier for us to call this function every time and make it look like as what is done over there. Okay, so now finally let's start writing about the game. Okay, def game. In the game we are not passing anything. Turn is equal to capital X, and count is equal to 0. Okay, next we need to be inside the function for I in range, for I in range 10. That means 9 times we can take something. Print the board. Print. We need to also put the turn, right? Whose turn exactly it is. We need to mention that. For that, what I'll do, I'll write down it is your turn. Whose turn? I'll give a comma over here and write down turn. That means that turn which you see at the top, which I have mentioned it as X. So it will be named in that way, definitely. Let me, instead of commas, I can give plus sign also, but I'm just giving commas for the time being. Where do you want to move? Want to go next. Okay. Now, after this, whatever move you're giving, right? So let's say move is equal to input. Next, if the board, whatever place you have given, the number which you have given from the keyboard, that move is actually empty. If it is empty, then only it will be replaced by the turn. Okay, so the board move, or else it will be a cheating, right? Definitely it can't be done in that way. Turn. Then you need to also increment the count once, which we have taken, that this is my next move, count plus equal to 1. Okay, or else what is the other thing? You should say that that place is already filled, right? So print that place is already filled. Choose again, right? Now what's the next thing which you need to do after this? You need to continue. That means you need to ask again, work with the same code again. So now this is for to check whether it was already present or not, right? So now we will check who wins, right? We need to check who wins. For that, what I'll do, we will check after the count has been 5. As I told you that before 5 moves, it can't be determined if anyone has won or not, right? So let's take if count is greater than equal to 5. If count is greater than equal to 5, then if the board, the value That's 7. Like at that place where 7 is written is equal to. That means it's same. Whatever is written in 7th place is equal to the board. That place in the 8th one, okay, that place, exactly that place, and that means in all the 3 it should be 0, 0 and 0. Okay, now I've checked for 8, and now also let's do it for the board. 9, okay, is not equal to empty. If these are not equal to empty, print the board. And what do we need? We need to print game over. And we will also mention who wins. Okay, so print who wins. So if these are equal, first of all, and it is not equal to empty, two things are done together. If 7, 8, 9 is equal and it is not equal to empty, because at the beginning they all are equal to empty, right? That's the reason we are putting this situation over here, that these two things to be together done. All right, so I'll now print turn. Oh, this should be turn, comma, 1. Okay, so this is what happens, right? Now, of course, now we need to do this whole thing for all the possible combinations. So I'll just paste it quickly and change the numbers. There are 8 possible combinations. So I'll write down. I'll first just paste it 8 times. 3 done, 4 done, 5 done, 6 done, 7 done. Okay, we're missing something. 8 done, I guess. Okay, so 7, 8. Okay, we need a break over here so that it should not run after that, right? Okay, 7, 8, 9 done. Then we have 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3. Then we have 7, 4, 1. The next one we'll take is 8, 5, 2. Now we are going actually vertically. 9, 6, 3. I'll add break after I complete this. So now 7, 5, 3, 9. Whoa, 9, 5, and 1. Okay, now I'll just simply add break so that it doesn't get into any other loop after working with break, 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 B-R-E-A-K. What? Break. Great. Okay, added them. Okay, so all the possible combinations has been added now. Now what do we need? We need just the last part of the game, that is to change the player after every move. And if no one wins, and if the count is 9 and no one wins, like if the board is full but still no one is winning, none of them are the same, then what we'll do, we will simply declare it's a tie. Okay, let's first do that actually. Okay, so go a step back. If turn no, if it is count is equal to 9. Why did I write 8? Okay, if it is 9, then we need to print. What do we need to print? We need to simply print game over. And definitely we need to print the match is tie. Tie, no one wins, right? Now, the next thing which you need to do is if turn is equal to x. Okay. Turn should be changed to the next one, right? That is O, capital O, of course. Or else, what should be it? This is like changing the player after every move. That's what's happening over here. Turn is equal to x, of course, the capital X. Okay. Now we will ask whether you want to start the game again or not after this, and then we will call the game again if he or she wants or not. And definitely we also need to reset the whole keyboard. Okay, so now let's just put a word restart, restart equals to input. Do you want to play again? Do you want to play again? Just give one thing over here, that is you can only put y/n and then come out. If restart is equal to y, then or there is one more thing, that if the person gives, so you can simply just do .lower lower, so that if it is a capital Y, then it will be adjusted itself. So for key in board key, the board key is equal to, of course, empty. And definitely we will restart the game. We'll call the game to make it restart. Now, there's one thing. This is the main function now that you'll start when you see this. Name __ equal to okay. And what do we need to do when we start main? We need to simply write game. Okay. So this is, yeah, definitely we do not need any parameters. We have not really given any parameters. So I hope I have not missed made any silly mistake while writing down this. So let's just quickly run this game and let's see if it works. So it first tells me that now it looks something like this. It's your turn. X, where do you want to go next? Okay, I would love to go to 8th position. Well, I have messed it up. So let's see, where did I mess it up? Okay. All right, now. So first of all, what did we need? We have made this dictionary and created board keys, MP keys, and appending it. All right, this is fine. Then we will print the board, make the board rather. Okay, I guess. Where is the print the board? That's something. Print board to board. Okay, cool. I got my problem. Copy. This is bad. Okay, the board, and it should have the board in it. Okay, so this was one of my mistake. If you found out before we run the problem, then you're a genius. And if you couldn't, then we are on the same boat. I was just kidding. All right, now let's run it again. Wait, what? Stop it. Okay. Okay. Then we start with the game. Turn. Then we have this for loop. For loop has like everything in it. Okay. Then we put the move. And what is this move in here? Okay. We have this if else for the, if it is empty, then it's, you need to put in the turn. Else you need to continue. Now count. If it is greater than 5, then this equals this should be empty, and you are printing this game over, turn, whosoever wins, and you're breaking it from here. Then you have LF. The same thing goes for 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3, 7, 4, 1. Okay, this is same. So I guess there I am sure I will not have any mistake. So I move forward. Now we are talking about counting. If count is equal to 9, then it's game over and it's a tie. And if we have X and O's, we are switching it one after the other. And then, okay, the board key, we are starting it with the help of restart again. And I do not see any mistake. I'm gonna go at 5. Did it just not get saved? Why is this mistake happening? Who was printing this line? Wait, this line should not get printed. this line is the board. Where is the board getting printed? Control C, Control F. Do you see how I'm debugging? The board. See, there you see the mistake. Where I did the mistake. So first of all, what should be printed? This should be printed. Okay, so now let's change it and run it again. Stop, run. Okay, perfect. Where do you want to go next? I want to go at 5. Do you want to play again? Yes or no? Yes. That means again there is some issue with this. So let's now solve that. Definitely I have made it so big, so that's the reason I can't see the whole code together. For okay, if this whole if it's breaking here if this is equal and not same, right? Yeah, if the board 7, 8 and 9 is not equal to empty space. Yes, this is fine. We are printing the board, game over, and whosoever wins. And over here also we are if else continuing it. Okay, move input. Okay, yes. So where are we calling the game? We're calling the game here def game, make board. Okay, restart. It should not ask. There is some issue with the placing of the restart, I guess. This whole should be shifted here. Yes. Stop and rerun. I'll go at 8th position. Ah, perfect. Now it works. See, 9th position, 5th position, 6th position, 2 position. And X1, do you want to play again? No. So it stopped. Okay. So this is it. All right. We also debugged the problem. The next thing which I would love you to do, that is definitely you'll be getting the code, so don't worry. The next thing which I would really love that you would do is about making this definitely yourself. If you can make it enhanced, make it only by using single player, you can do that as well. Now, if you have any improvements in this code which you make it yourself, some new feature or anything, do let me know in the comment section. So it was a really wonderful journey, and it was just the starting of the new world which you learned over here in tic-tac-toe. So this is very less codes. Right now you have just seen, I guess this was the maximum which we did together was 94, somewhere around 94 lines of code. But this is very small, like when you would be like starting your journey in AI, data science, Internet of Things, and all stuff, you will be like minimum would be at least this, like it will be just minimum. So there is lots and lots to go. It's just the end of a new journey that you have started with. Now you know Python in such a way that you can divert in any field you want. If you want to go and work out with automation and stuff, if you want to help people in artificial intelligence, making robotics, go learn that thing. And definitely there's a lot to come. I wish you all the best. Keep debugging, keep using Python, and I hope you liked this course. If you did, do give me a the feedback. If you did not like the course, also do give me the feedback of what you did not like, okay, so that I can improve on myself. So that's it. Let's meet in any another course which we would be together. But definitely, if you have any questions, you can just pull it down below, and I'll be very happy to answer all of your queries. So have a good journey ahead. Bye bye.